Hi everyone. Welcome to this Excel crash course brought to you by Ashok IT. This is Sandeep and I'll be your trainer for today. In the next 4 to 5 hours, we'll see everything about Microsoft Excel. Even if you are a complete beginner, by the end of this course, you'll be very confident in performing data analysis using Excel. Excel is the most basic and most important tool when it comes to data analysis. So let's dive in. First, we'll understand the agenda for today. First, we'll see interface. Before going to the interface, we'll learn about what exactly is Excel and why do we need Excel. Next, we'll see interface. After that, inbuilt functions. Okay, there are hundreds and hundreds of built-in functions in Excel, but most importantly, there are 30 to 40 built-in functions which are divided into math, text, and date and time functions. Okay, apart from these functions, there are some formulas like if, sum if, count if, average if, and so on. We'll see all of those things. After that, we'll come to formatting and conditional formatting. Then data validation, then lookup functions, pivot tables and charts. And the advanced topic when it comes to Excel is macros. We'll also see that. Then at the last, we'll see how to create a dashboard in Excel. So let's dive in. Let's start. Let's open Excel. So whenever you open Excel for the first time, the interface looks like this. Okay. First thing we'll understand is what is Excel. What is Excel? Excel is a product. Excel is a product developed by Microsoft company in the year 1985. Okay. When it was first invented, it was only in the form of spreadsheet. Okay. Spreadsheet. That means Excel was first only used to store the data, but not to perform any operations on it. Okay. To store the data in a very structured format, that is in the table format, which is the combination of rows and columns. You see here A, B, C, D, and so on, right? These are nothing but the representation of columns. Okay. Representation of columns. And next thing, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this goes on. This is the representation of rows, right? That's why we say Excel is a combination of rows and columns. Okay. In between, you see these all rectangular small boxes, correct? These things are called cells. And the one that is highlighted, wherever you move your cursor and just a click, one cell will be highlighted. That cell is called an active cell. Okay. Active cell. Next, coming back, what exactly is Excel? Excel is a spreadsheet software which was developed in 1985 by Microsoft company, which was initially used only to store the data, but not to perform any calculations on it. But as time moves on, getting many updates in the technology, now in today's world, we can even use or integrate AI into the Excel to perform any kind of operations. Right? We are at that stage of Excel. Okay. Next thing, why? Why do we need to learn Excel? Right? Why do we need to learn? First thing, used for data analysis. Okay. What exactly is the meaning of data analysis? Deep diving into the data. Okay. Deep diving into the data or to create visuals. Excel is also used to create some charts or graphs, right? That thing we can do. Next, one more point. Why do we need Excel? Is automation. Okay, automation using advanced topics like macros and VBA. VBA is nothing but Visual Basic for Applications. That is the scripting language inside Microsoft Excel, where we can write codes, right, like programming languages to automate the task. For example, let me give you a small example. When you join a company, you'll be in a role where you need to send some hundreds of emails on daily basis. Same email you need to send to 100 people, for example, right? You will need to open each and every email, create a new email, copy or paste or write a new email, attach some files and send it to 100 people individually, right? So by using VBAs and macros, we'll be able to automate that process. Open Outlook, which is the email sending application. Open Outlook, then create a new email, then write the text, that is the body of the email, then attach files and then send also. At the same time, by using a button. Just by clicking that, we'll be able to send all those 100 emails to 100 people, right? That is the automation. Okay. Next, not only data analysis, uh, we can also able to do some quick calculations. Okay. From basic calculations to advanced calculations, we'll be able to do that. And first thing and the basic thing, why do we need Excel is data entry or data storage. Okay. Data entry purpose or data storage purpose. Okay. Clear with this? The basic understanding of what is Excel and why do we need Excel? All right. Let's move on with the interface of Excel. Okay. Like I said, whenever we open Excel for the first time, the interface looks like this. Okay. You see here on the top, it's written book to Excel. Okay. That is the name of this file that we have opened. Default names of Excel files will be book 1, book 2, book 3, and so on. Right. So this area here, you see, that area is called title bar. Okay. Title bar. And to the left of it, you see all of these options here. This is called quick access toolbar. Okay, quick access toolbar. You see a small drop down button here. Just click on it and go to more commands. Okay, more commands. This is the quick access toolbar, and you can add n number of commands here. Commands are nothing but we can create a button which might be a shortcut button. Okay, instead of using, for example, let me give you an example. There is some task where we copy the data. Okay, copy the data and paste it by using shortcut keys on the keyboard, that is Control C and Control V. Instead of Control C and Control V, we can assign some buttons here in the quick access toolbar for that. Okay, for just simply copying and pasting, that is a very simple operation, correct? Even for that simple operation, we can create or customize the buttons here. For example, this button A to Z, this is used to sort things. For example, I have 1, 3, 5, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 8, 7, 5, and like this, and so on, whatever it might be. Now, if I select this, basically for sorting, select the data, we need to right click and then you will see a sort option, right? Instead of doing these 2 to 3 steps for sorting the data, just select the range and click on this button. Okay. Now you see all the data is now sorted in ascending order, that is smallest to largest. So like this quick access toolbar is used to create some buttons, or we can say that shortcuts. Okay. All right. Below it, we have the ribbon. Ribbon is nothing but you see all of these tabs here: home, insert, file, page layout, developer, view, review, right? All of these are nothing but tabs. Tabs in the ribbon. This whole area is called the ribbon, right? And each of these tabs has different groups. For example, in the home tab, we have clipboard group, font group, alignment group, number group, styles group, cells group, right? And also editing group. And each of these groups has its own functionality. For example, this font group is used for changing the styles of that thing, whatever we enter. Okay, it might be text, it might be numbers, or it might be anything else. For example, we have written what is Excel. Now, if I want to change the appearance of this cell, right, I'll go to this font group, and this option here is used to fill the background color. By default, white will be the background color, and this small option here is used to fill the background color. And colors we can change or choose any color from here. Okay, so like this option is used to change the font color. Okay, by default it will be black, and I can choose any color from here to change the font color. For example, red. Okay, now see, the font color is now changed from black to red, correct? Like this, each of these groups has its own functionality, right? We'll go through some of the options later on, but just for your understanding, this area is called ribbon, and inside ribbon we have different tabs like home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, developer, help, right? And again, Each of these tabs have different groups, and each of those groups have different functionalities. Okay, that is about the ribbon. After that, below it, we have, everyone see this box here, that is rectangular box starting from here ending till here. This box is called formula bar. Okay, formula bar. Formula bar, that means this formula bar will show the actual content that is present inside any cell. For example, this cell A1. Okay, we'll come to see what exactly is A1. This cell, for example, if we write just my name Sandeep, okay, and if whenever you select this cell, the content inside this cell will appear here in the formula bar. Okay, it might be of any data type. Then now I have entered text. I'll just enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it might be. Now whenever we click on this formula bar will show what exactly is the content or what is the value that is present inside this cell. Okay, that is the formula bar. To the left of it we have address bar. Everyone see this box here is called address bar. That means here we'll be able to see the address of that cell, which is the combination of row index number and column index number. Okay, now for example, I have highlighted this cell, okay, which is the intersection of kth column and second row, right? This particular cell, okay, k column and 2 row, right? K2, that is what this address bar show, right? Which is the combination of row and a column. Okay, we can select any cell. For example, this one, this is the combination of eth column and 31 row, right? In the address bar you'll be able to see E31. E is the column, 31 is the row. Okay, so that is the basic understanding of address bar, right? For example, we know that whatever data we need is present in the 1000th row of k column. 1000th row of k column, that is k1000. Okay, if we just enter k1000 here and press enter, your cursor will automatically go to the k column and 1000th row, right? You see the cell highlighted here, that is the combination of kth row and 1000, sorry, kth column and 1000th row. Okay, that is the actual use of address bar. Okay, all right, understood this. Now, okay, we have seen what is cell, what is a row, what is a column, address bar, formula bar, and everything. Here below, if you see, it is written sheet 1, sheet 2, and you see a small plus button here. By using this plus button, you can add n number of sheets that you want inside your Excel workbook. Okay, Excel workbook. Excel workbook. What exactly is a workbook and what exactly is a sheet? Okay, Excel workbook, that means it represents the whole Excel file that we are using. Workbook means the whole Excel file. Now what is sheet? Sheet means individual sheets that are present inside an Excel workbook. Okay, here we have how many 10 sheets are inserted, correct? Now these individual things here are called sheets, and we can have n number of sheets inside Excel workbook. Okay, that is the difference between workbook and a sheet. Now, after that, we have at the bottom right, if you see, we have a zoom bar here, correct? Plus button and a minus button. This is called a zoom bar. And if you just want to zoom in to your Excel data, we can use this option, and zoom out, click on minus, right? Next, we have as usual the scroll bars, right? This is used to scroll up and down, and this scroll bar is used to scroll left and right. Okay, so that is the basic interface of Excel. Okay, let's start with our first topic, that is built-in functions. All right. Okay, so like I said, we have hundreds and hundreds of built-in functions, but mostly used built-in functions are these 20 to 30. Okay, now before going into these functions, we'll understand first thing how to insert random numbers in Excel. Okay, how to insert random numbers starting from 1 to 100 or 1 to 50 or whatever it might be. First thing that we need to understand is how to insert some numbers. Okay. For that, we'll use a small function that is sequence. Any function or any formula in Excel should always start with equal to symbol. Okay. Equal to symbol. So the thing that we are going to see is how to insert sequence numbers. Okay, how to insert sequence numbers. Then we'll go to the random numbers. Okay, how to insert sequence numbers. For example, we want to insert all the numbers starting from 50 till 100. Okay, for that I'll just use equal to sequence number of rows, that is 50 for example, number of columns 1, and here you see it is asking for start and step. So basically this sequence formula is asking for 4 inputs: rows, columns, start and step. Rows, I want 50 rows because we are inserting numbers starting from 50 till 100, right? The difference is 50. So the rows will be 50. Column count, in a single column we want to insert, right? So that's why the column number is 1. After that, start from 50. Okay, we can give any number, start from 50, and step is 1. That means every number starting from 50 plus 1, 51 plus 1, 52 plus 1, 53 plus 1, like that. So the series of numbers, that is the step. For example, if I give 2 here, right, this will display all the numbers starting from 50 and alternate numbers: 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, like that. That is the meaning of this step. For example, if I give 3 here, this displays the number starting from 50, and there will be 2 gaps: 50, 53, 56, 59, 62, 65, like that. For example, if I give 4, the numbers will be 50, 54, 58, 62. So the difference between the numbers will be the step count, right? For example, I have given 1 and clicked enter. You see the numbers that we have inserted will start from 50 and goes up to 99, right? So like this, we'll be able to insert sequence numbers. Now, for example, we want to insert some random numbers. Okay. Now, how do we write the formula? Let us go to another sheet. Okay, sheet 3. Start with random numbers. Okay. Now for this also, there is a small function that is rand between. Okay. Once you start typing rand between, you will be able to see the definition here of that function. Rand between returns a random number between the numbers we specify. Okay. That means once you open the bracket, it will ask for 2 inputs, bottom and top. That is nothing but minimum value and maximum value. And this rand between function is used to insert some random numbers between the values that we specify, minimum value and maximum value. For example, we want to insert random numbers between 50 and 100. Okay, between 50 and 100. So the bottom value, that is minimum value, will be 50. After that, comma, then it is asking for top value, that is maximum value. We'll enter simply 100, close the bracket, enter. You see it is giving us 60, right? That is any random number between the given range, that is from 50 till 100. Okay. Now, you see this cell is highlighted now. Okay. If you just go to the bottom right of this cell, you see a small plus button, correct? If you click on that and drag it to any range of cells that we want, simply that formula will be copied to that cells. Okay, we have inserted a formula in the first cell, that is the highlighted cell, and we have just simply dragged it to any number of cells. What are we exactly doing? We are just copying this formula that is inserted in the first cell and pasting it over all of this range of cells. Okay, simply, for example, if I just do not enter any formula, if we just enter 30 or any other value, okay, if we just go to the bottom right of that cell, click on that plus button, drag it to the bottom, see all the values are now 30. That means just simply copying the value in the first cell and pasting it through the all the values that we have selected. Okay, now I'll just delete this. Coming back to this formula, rand between. Okay, rand between is a function that is used to insert some random number between a given range of values, right? For example, in this example, 50 to 100. Okay, now we have inserted the numbers and we have copied, and we can copy that to the right side also, or any number of cells that we want, like this. Okay, now one problem with this rand between function is nothing but whenever you try to edit any cell, okay, whenever we try to edit any cell, the formula here will rerun again, and it generates one more random number between the given range of cells. That means wherever we find, in whichever cell we find rand between function, that generates one more random value using that formula. Okay, for example, here you see the number is 95, correct? Whenever we try to edit any cell, okay, for example, this cell, double clicking just takes you to editing that cell, editing the value in that cell. Okay, when we press double click in any of the cells, you see these values will automatically change. Okay, these values will automatically change. In a proper data set, we cannot have these kind of changing values, correct? Because the calculations that we perform, the operations that we perform will not be accurate. Okay, whenever these random numbers are changing randomly, the calculations that we perform or operations that we perform will not get the accurate results. The results or the outputs will randomly keep on changing, correct? To overcome that, right? To overcome that issue, we will have to convert this range of cells from formula to the fixed values. Okay, for example, if I just enter 100 here, the difference between this particular value and this particular value is nothing but in this range of cells, we have a formula inside it, correct? We have a formula inside it. But when it comes to this 100 cell, okay, this is not a formula, this is the direct value. Okay, this is the direct value. Whenever you try to edit any cell, this formula will change or will generate random numbers again, but this value here will never change. Okay, that is the difference. Now to convert all of these range from formulas to values, just select the whole range of cells. We use a shortcut key, that is Control C to copy, and press Control Alt V. Okay, Control Alt V, that is used to get this small pop-up, that is paste special. We have copied the cells using Control C. Now to paste those values, paste those formulas into values. Okay, we use Control Alt V. Then from this list of options, we select values and click on OK. Now if you observe, by just selecting any cell, if you observe, for example, this cell 94, this shows in the formula just the 94 instead of showing the whole formula again, right? Any cell. Okay, now these number of cells are now converted into values, fixed values. That means if we try to edit any value in any of this cell, these numbers will not change now. Okay, that is the advantage of pasting any formula as values using Control Alt V. Okay, now, all right, by using this rand between function, we have generated some random numbers, random whole numbers within a given range. Now there is one more formula, that is equal to rand. Okay, RAND. You can read the definition here. This returns a random number greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. Okay, that means the value will be in the range of 0 and 1. 0 0.5, 0 0.55, 0 0.6, 0 0.9, right? Any value that is present between 0 and 1. And how do we write this? Simply equal to rand, open and close brackets, enter. You see now it is showing 0.86841. If you just select this small plus icon that is present at the bottom right of the cell, click on it, drag it to the bottom, you see all of them are now decimal numbers which ranges from 0 and 1. Okay, this is how we generate some random decimal numbers. Now for example, What have we done? We have just inserted a formula in one cell, and then we have copied that cell to the bottom cells, I mean below cells and right side cells, correct? Now, for example, we want to insert some integer values, I mean whole number values, at the same time in 5 columns and 5 rows. Okay. In this range of cells, we just want to insert any random numbers. For that, we will use one more formula, that is equal to rand array. Okay. Rand array. You can read the definition. Returns an array of random numbers. What exactly is the meaning of array? That means number of rows, I mean multiple rows and multiple columns. Okay, in simple words, multiple rows and multiple columns at the same time. Okay, now if we just open brackets, it is asking for rows, columns, minimum, maximum and integer, right? First input, what exactly is the rows? Nothing but in how many number of rows we want to insert some random number. Okay, for example, if I just give 5 here, right, this formula inserts random numbers in the 5 rows. Okay. Next, it is asking for columns. If I simply mention 5 again, right, this function will insert random numbers in 5 columns. Okay. Now we have inserted, or we have given 5 for rows and 5 for columns. That means in this range of cells, I'm just removing this 5 rows and 5 columns, right? In this range of cells, that formula will insert some random numbers. Let's write equal to rand array, open brackets, 5, comma 5. Next, it is asking for minimum value and maximum value. For example, if I give minimum value as 10 and maximum value as 100, okay, that means this formula, I mean, we are inserting random numbers in 5 rows and 5 columns between 10 and 100. That is the meaning of this. After that, the last input, it is asking for integer. That means we want to insert integer values or we want to insert some decimal values, right? False or true. False is for decimal, true is for integer, right? If I just mention true here, close the bracket, press enter, in the 5 rows and 5 columns, random numbers will be inserted. Okay, clear with this? First, we have used rand between function to insert random numbers. Next, we have used rand function, simple rand, to insert some decimal random numbers. Okay, next we have used rand array, where we can insert random numbers in any number of rows and any number of columns. Clear with this? Next. Now we'll move on to the basic functions, okay, like math function, text functions, and data type functions. Let's start with the math function. First thing that we need to understand is sum, nothing but addition. Okay, for example, we have some numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever it might be. Okay, we have these numbers and we want to perform addition on all of these numbers. How do we normally perform? We'll go and write equal to, select the first cell, plus select the second cell, plus select the third cell, fourth cell, fifth cell, sixth cell, and seventh cell. This is the in general formula how to perform addition, correct? We'll get the result as 28. Now by using sum function, equal to, I'll just simply write it as sum. You can read the definition here. Adds all the numbers in the range of cells that we select. Equal to sum, open brackets. It is asking for number 1, number 2, number 3 and so on. I'll just go here and simply select the range of cells. Okay. Sum of D2 till D8. Okay. Close the bracket, press enter. 28. Same result in 2 methods, right? We are just performing addition in 2 different methods. First one is we are just going to each and every individual cell and applying a plus symbol in between them. Second thing, by using the simple sum function, we are performing the addition. Similar to sum, we have average also. To find the average of these cells, okay, to find the average number of these cells, I'll just simply write equal to average. Okay, you can read the definition. Returns the average of its arguments. Arguments are nothing but inputs, okay, which can be number or names, array or references that contain numbers. Okay, simply open bracket, it is asking for number one, number two, and so on, right? Here also, I'll just go and select the range of cells. Close the bracket, enter. It is saying 4. That is, 4 is the average. Basically, how do we calculate average? Sum of all the values divided by number of all these values. Correct? Here we have 7 values. So denominator will be 7 and numerator will be the addition of all of these numbers, that is 28. Okay? Simply average is nothing but sum of all the values, that is 28, divided by number of values that we have, 7. Right? 4. Instead of performing it like this, we'll use a simple function that is equal to average and just select the whole range of cells. Next, max function. For example, if we want to find what is the maximum number in a given range of cells. Okay. In this range of cells, what is the maximum number? I'll just go and write it as equal to max, open bracket, select the range of cells. Okay. Close it, enter. It is saying 28. That means in the range of cells that we have selected, 28 is the highest value. 28 is the maximum value, right? Very similar to max, we'll be able to find minimum value. Just write like this, equal to min. Min is the function used to uh, calculate or used to show the minimum, the lowest value in the given range of cells. Equal to min, open brackets, select the range of cells. Now the output will be 1 because 1 is the minimum number. 1 is the lowest number in the given range of cells. If we just press enter here, this shows 1. Clear with this? Understood? Yes, let's move on. Next function that we'll see is count. Okay. Now what exactly is this count? Okay, let me just write the definition also here so that the things will be more clear. All right, count. This count function counts the number of numeric values. Okay, using count function, we will be able to count the number of numeric values in the given range of cells. For example, we have 1 till 7 and 28. Here we also have A, B, C. That is any text or my name, okay, or Ashok IT. Okay. Now, if we just want to count how many numeric values are present in this range of cells that are selected, we will simply use count function. How? Equal to count. You can read the definition. This counts the number of cells in a range that contain numbers. Okay. Open brackets. Simply it is asking for value 1, value 2, value 3, and so on. I'll just go here. Simply select these range of cells. Okay, we have selected starting from 1 till Ashok IT, that is D2 till D12. If we just go here, press enter, it is showing 8 because in this range of cells that we have selected, there are 8 numeric numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 28. All of these are numbers, correct? This count function doesn't count the text formatted or any other formatted cells, any other formatted values. Okay, so that is the use of count function. Next, count A. This counts the number of non-empty cells. Okay, if any value, any data type is present in any cell, that cell can be counted using count A. Okay, for example, when we use count function and selected this whole range of cells, the output was 8, right? Because there are only 8 numeric values. Now by using, let's apply the count A function on the same range of cells like this, equal to count A. You can read the definition. This counts the number of cells in a range that are non-empty. Okay, it might be any data type, numbers, text, date, or some other custom data type, doesn't matter. This count A function counts all the non-empty cells. Okay, equal to count, open brackets, select the range of cells. Now the expected output will be 11, correct? Because there are 11 cells which are non-empty in the range of cells that we have selected. Click enter, you see the output will be 11. Okay, understood this? The difference between count and count A is count function just counts the numeric values. Count A function counts all of those cells which is non-empty, right? Next we have count blank. This counts the number of empty cells or blank cells. Okay, this count blank function counts the number of empty cells or number of blank cells in a given range. Okay, how do we use that? I'll just simply write equal to count blank. You can read the definition. Counts the number of empty cells in a specified range of cells, right? Open brackets. I'll just select these range of cells, close it and press enter. Now tell me what will be the expected output. Expected output will be 0 because there are no empty cells in this selected range of values, right? If I just simply, for example, delete one of those cells and make it empty, now the output will be 1, right? The range is D2 to D12, that is this particular range, and count function counts only numeric values. Count A function counts all the cells that have any particular value inside it, and after that count blank function counts the number of empty cells that are present inside the range of cells that we have selected. For example, here there is one blank cell, that's why the output is 1. For example, I'll just delete one more value here. Now the output will be 2. Okay, so like this we can use count A and count blank. Next function we have is product. Product is nothing but simply used for multiply. Okay, that is multiplication, right? For example, we want to perform uh, 5 into 3 into 17 into 50. Okay, 5, 3, 17, 50. Normally by manual calculation this might take some time, correct? But simply by using this product function equal to product, you can read the definition here, multiplies all the numbers given as arguments. Arguments, like I said, are nothing but the inputs, okay, that we give inside a formula. Equal to product, open brackets, I'll just select this range of cells, close it, enter. This says 12750. 12750 is the output, which is the multiplication of 5, 3, 17 and 50. That is 5 into 3 into 17 into 50. Okay, so that is how we use product function. After that, ABS, this is nothing but absolute. Okay, full form of ABS is absolute. Now what does this function exactly does? Absolute function just simply converts the negative number into positive number. Okay, converts the negative number into positive number. For example, I have minus 25. Okay, minus 25, and by using this ABS function equal to ABS, we can simply convert this minus 25 to plus 25. Okay, what have I done? I have just I have just written the formula like this, equal to ABS. You can read the definition. This returns the absolute value of a number without its sign. Okay, if you have minus 25 without that sign, we'll get the output. Okay, equal to ABS, open brackets, select that cell, close it, enter. See 25. That means this is simply in easier way to understand. This ABS function is used to convert negative numbers into positive numbers, right? Next, power function. Okay, this power function is used to calculate the power of any number. Okay, for example, we want to calculate 2 power 7, right? 8 power 2, 8 power 10, 8 power 100, correct? Right? For small numbers, small values, that is very easy to calculate, right? But for example, we have some large numbers, that is 169 power 3, 1697 power 5, 1697 power 8, power 9, power 10, whatever it might be. That can be done by using this power function. For example, we want to calculate 169 power 5. Okay, 169 to the power of 5. I'll just simply write the function like this, equal to power. You can read the definition. This returns the result of a number raised to a power. Okay, open brackets, it is asking for number and power. Number is 169 and the power is 5. Okay, that simply means 169 into 169 into 169 into 169 into 169. That is 169 multiplied 5 times. Okay, if we just press enter here, the result is 13780 plus 11. Okay, this is the imaginary number because the number is so high, right? So this is how we use power. For another example, if we just want to calculate 8 to the power of 9. Okay, 8 power 9. I'll just simply write equal to power, number is 8, power is 9. Okay, you see, as soon as we press enter, the number shows 134217728. That is simply 8 into 8 into 8 into 8 into 8, 9 times. Okay, now next thing, SQRT. Name itself suggests that SQRT is nothing but to calculate square root. Okay, for example, we want to calculate the square root of 25. Okay, we all know that square root of 25 is 5. Now, not only 25, we will be able to we'll be able to calculate square root for any number. For example, I'll just simply write equal to SQRT. You can read the definition here. This returns the square root of a number. Open brackets. It is asking for only one input, that is number. We can give any number here. For example, 15,000. Okay, 15,000, close the bracket, press enter, right? It says 122.4744871, right? This is the square root of 15,000. Okay, now next function, mod. Okay, now this mod function is used to get the reminder, when a number is divided by another number. Okay, for example, when 9 is divided by 2. Okay, when 9 is divided by 2, what will be the remainder? 1, correct? 1 will be the remainder. 1 will be the output when we calculate the division between 9 and 2. Okay, now I'll just simply write equal to mod. It is asking for number and divisor. I'll just give the number as 9 and divisor as 2. Enter, it says 1. For example, we want to find the remainder when 35 is divided by 6. Okay, what is the remainder when 35 is divided by 6? We'll just simply write equal to mod, number is 35 and divisor is 16. Close the bracket, enter. It says 5 because 6 5s are 30 and 6 6s are 36. Correct? And when we divide that when we divide 35 by 6, the remainder will be 5. Correct? So that is the use of mod function. That is, we get the remainder when a particular number is divided by another number. Okay, so these are some of the mathematical functions. Okay, now when it comes to text functions, we have left, right, mid, length, trim, upper, lower, and concat. Okay, we'll see one by one, starting from left. Now, this left function is used to get the certain number of characters starting from left. Okay, example, I'll just simply write my name here, Sandeep. Okay, and I want only 3 characters extracted from this Sandeep. That is, in output I want only SAN. Okay, that is the functionality of this left function. Okay, I'll just simply write equal to left. Okay, you can read the definition. This returns the specified number of characters from the starting of the text string. This is the text string that we have written. Sandeep is a text string, correct? And from this, we can extract 2 characters, 3 characters, 4 characters, 5, 6, 7, any number of characters. Okay, for example, if I just simply write equal to left, open brackets, it is asking for text. Text is nothing but this thing from where we want to extract certain number of characters, right? and it is the second input that it is asking for number of characters that we want to extract. Okay, for example, if I just give 5 here, right, the output will be SANDE, right, because these are the 5 characters. These are the first 5 characters starting from the left. See, the output is SANDE. Whenever we want to extract, for example, 3 characters only, I'll simply change that 5 to 3. Now the output will be SAN. If we just press enter, the output will be visible there as SAN. Okay, that is nothing but the first 3 characters starting from left. Now similarly, the right function, okay, right function is used to get the certain number of characters starting from the right side. Okay, starting from the right. For example, in the same Sandeep, I want to extract last 3 characters EEP. Okay, my output should be EEP. Now the formula that we will write is equal to RIGHT, right function. The first input it is asking is text. That is this thing. I mean that particular thing from where we want to extract 3 characters starting from right. Comma, next thing it is asking is number of characters that we want to extract. For example, 3, close the bracket, enter. You'll get the output, that is last 3 characters starting from right side. Okay, that is the use of right function. For example, starting from the left, we'll be able to extract. Starting from the right, we'll be able to extract using these 2 functions, correct? Now, what exactly is the mid? For example, we want to extract number of characters, certain number of characters from the middle of this text string. For example, NDE. Okay, in the output, I just only want NDE to be visible. That is the mid portion of that text string. Okay, then we'll use mid function. This is used to get certain number of characters from the middle of that text string. Okay, now example, for me in the output we need to get 3 characters from the middle, right, like this NDE. Now our function will be equal to mid. You can read the definition. This returns the characters from the middle of the text string given a start position and length. That means we need to give the starting position from where we want to extract the number of characters. After that, how many characters from that start position, how many characters do we want to extract? So these things should be our input. If I just open bracket, it is asking for text, start number, and number of characters. Okay, text is simply this one. Start number, for example, I want to get from the third position, whatever character it might be, from the third position, I want 4 characters. Okay, or 3 characters. From the third position in this text string, that is SANDEEP, third position is N, correct? Starting from that third position, I want to extract 3 characters. Press enter, you'll see that is NDE, right? What have we given? First input is text string. After that, start number, that is we want to extract starting from third position. After that, 3 characters. Okay, enter NDE. One more example, Ashok IT. Okay, and we want to extract only HOK, for example, HOK, that is the middle 3 numbers starting from third position, right? How do we write the formula? Equal to mid, open bracket, select that text, comma, starting position is 3, number of characters is also 3. Okay, enter, you'll get HOK. For example, if I just change this last number of characters from 3 to 5, what will be the output? HOKI and T. Okay, HOKI and T. Because from the third position, these are the next 5 characters. Understood this? Next, LEN function. This LEN function is used to get the length of that text string. Okay, to get the length of that text string, right? Now, for example, I simply write data analytics. Okay, and I want to know or I want to count the number of characters in this whole text string. That is DATA space ANALYTICS, right? How many characters do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 letters, right? 13 letters and one space. Okay. Now, for example, if I just simply write equal to LEN, you can read the definition, returns the number of characters in that text string. Okay. Open bracket. The only one input that we need to give is text. That is simply select this cell. Close it, enter, it says 14. Why? When there are only 13 letters in this whole word data analytics, why is it showing 14? Because this length function counts the space also. This length function counts that space also as a character. Okay, that's why it is showing 14. For example, if I add data analytics by Ashok IT. How many spaces? 1, 2, 3, and 4. And how many letters? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. 22 letters and 4 spaces. Correct? Now, if I just simply apply the same formula here on this, the output will be 26. Okay? So, like that, we'll be able to get the number of characters, the length of that text string as an output using len function. Okay? Next, trim. This trim function is used to remove extra spaces from the text string. Okay, for example, I have any text like this. Okay, here I'm entering some value. In the starting position, I have 3 to 4 spaces. After that, I simply write Ashok IT. After that, I also give some more spaces, for example, 10 spaces. After that, I'll just simply write data analytics. Okay. I have simply given some extra spaces inside this text string. Okay, like this. Ashok IT space Ashok IT space data analytics, and at the end also I have given some more spaces. Now to remove extra spaces from any data, we use this trim function. Okay, for example, the data is like this, and after applying trim function equal to trim, you can read the definition here. This removes all spaces from the text string except for a single space between the words. Okay, open brackets, select this cell, close it, enter. Now you see all the extra spaces are removed and there is only one space between each word. Okay, that is the use of trim function. Simply removes all the extra spaces between the words. Okay, next, upper function. This is used to convert all the characters into uppercase letters. That is nothing but capital letters. For example, I have this cell with the value is used to, I have this definition completely now in the combination of small letters and capital letters, right? Now I just want to convert all of these things into the whole, uppercase letters, that is capital letters. For that, I will use this upper function like this, equal to upper, you can read the definition, converts a text string into all uppercase letters. Open brackets, select the whole text here, press enter. You'll see all that characters are now converted into uppercase letters. Okay. The whole definition, whatever the value, whatever the words that we write here are now converted into all uppercase letters. That is nothing but capital letters. All right. Now next, lower function. This lower function is used to convert all the characters into lowercase letters, that is small letters. For example, I have this whole value here. The whole definition is used to get the certain number of characters starting from left. I want to convert this whole capital letters into small letters. For that, I'll use lower function equal to lower, open brackets, select this text, close it, enter. You see the difference here is by using upper function, all of the values will be in capital letters, and by using lower function, all of them are now converted into lowercase letters, that is small letters. Okay. Next, concat. What is this concat function? Concat nothing means concatenation. This is used to combine the values. Okay. For example, concat function is used to combine the values. For example, I have some values like this. Uh, okay. First name and the last name. First name and last name. First name is anything, that is A, for example. Last name is B. Okay. I want to combine these two values and make it as full name. Okay. Which is the combination of first name and the last name. For that, I'll use concat function. Okay. Equal to concat. You can read the definition. Concatenates a list or a range of text strings. Okay. Open brackets. It is asking for text 1, text 2, text 3, and so on. I'll just select these range. A and B, that is full name and first name and last name. Close the bracket, press enter. In the output, you'll be able to see the combination of first name and the last name. Okay, one more example. Uh, Ashok IT and data analytics. Okay, now in the output, we want to combine these two words, these two text strings. I'll just simply write equal to concat, select these two cells. Not only two cells, we will be able to select any number of cells. Press enter. You'll see in the output, it says the combination of those two words, Ashok IT, data analytics. Okay. That is the use of concat. I'll just highlight all these functions just to be more clear. These are the functions. And here, these are the functions. Okay. Now, concat is clear, right? Now, the thing with concat function is it will not apply any space between those two words that it is combining. Okay, for example, in this A and B, whenever we are applying concat function here, there is no space in between these two words. Okay, that is the functionality of concat. Next, if we just want to, insert any delimiter in between these two words. Delimiter is nothing but any characters. It might be space, it might be comma, it might be colon, semicolon, at the rate, hashtag, or any special characters. If we want to insert that in between these two words, we will be able to insert just by using one more function, that is text join. Okay, this is the another function that is used to perform the same thing as concat, used to combine the values with a delimiter. Delimiter can be space, can be tab, at the rate, hashtag, colon, semicolon, underscore, or simple dash, plus symbol, or exclamation mark, dollar symbol, whatever it might be. And this works like this. For example, same example, here there are no spaces in between these two words, and we want to apply some delimiter between those two words. I'll just simply go here, write it as text join. Okay, you can read the definition. Concatenates a list of range of text strings using a delimiter, right? Simply open brackets. It is first asking for delimiter. That is, for example, in the double quotes, I'll just give space. Inside double quotes, I'll just give space. Why do we need to use double quotes, right? So any time in the formula, if we are using any text data type, that is string, okay, we need to enclose those things in double quotes. Okay, simple thing. Any text data type inside a formula should be enclosed with double quotes. Now here, space is also considered as a character, right? So that's why everything should be enclosed inside double quotes. That is the first input. We have given the delimiter. Next input that we need to give is ignore empty. That is true or false. If we just write true, that means in the range of cells that we select, if there are any empty cells, this function will ignore those empty cells. That is the meaning of true. And when we select false, in this formula will also include empty cells. Okay, I'll just simply give true here, right? After that, third input, it is asking third input, fourth input, and so on. It is asking for text 1, text 2, text 3, text 4, so on. That is all of those texts which we want to concatenate, which we want to combine. Okay, in that I'll just select these two cells, close it, click enter, right? It is giving the output as A space B because we have given a space as a delimiter. Clear with this? The difference between concatenate and text join is simple. Concat is used just to combine the values, and text join is used for the same purpose with a delimiter. Okay? So that is about some of the text functions we have in Microsoft Excel. After that, we will move on to the date and time functions. Okay, date and time functions. And first thing, today. If I just simply write equal to today, you can read the definition, returns the correct current date formatted as a date. Okay, if I just simply open brackets and close brackets, press enter, this gives us the 5/24/2025, that is the current system date. Okay, today is 24th May 2025. That's why it is showing us 5/24/2025. That is nothing but month, day, and year. Okay, simply today's date, system's date. After that, now function. If I just simply write now, you can read the definition. This returns the current date and time formatted as date and time. By using just today function, we'll get only today's date. But by using now function, we can just get today's date. Along with that, the time that is now, that is live, right? If you just press enter, you see it says 5/24/2025 and the time is 22:55, that is 10:55 p.m. Okay, that is the use of today and now function. Next is day function. If we want to extract only day from this date, from this whole date, we want to extract only day, that is 24. I'll simply write equal to day, serial number. I mean, the only input that we need to give is serial number, that is simply date. Okay, select that, close the bracket, enter. See 24, that is today's day. Day is 24, correct? Similarly, if we just want to extract month number from this date, I'll just simply write equal to month, serial number, again input the date, press enter. It is saying 5 because this is the fifth month, right? Now, similarly, year. If I just simply write equal to year, open bracket, select the date, close it, enter, it says only 2025. That is just simply extracting day from that date, month from that date, year from that date. Now, you might have a question, right? Now, this says 5, month number is 5. Now, what if we want to get the month name? Okay, fifth month is May, correct? Now, how to get that May as an output from this function, from this date, right? For that, there is one more function, that is text. Text is the function that is used to get the names of day. It might be day or it might be month. Okay, simply text function converts any value into our required format. Okay, for example, we want to convert this 5 to May. I'll simply write equal to text. You can read the definition. This converts a value into text in a specified number format. Open brackets, it is asking for value and format text. Value, I'll simply select the date. From this date, I want to extract the month as in this format, MMM. Okay, why am I again enclosing this MMM in the double quotes? Because we are entering some text, we are entering some characters in that formula. Okay, now if I simply mention MMM, close the bracket, enter, you'll get to see the month name. Okay, for example, this is sixth month, for example. Okay, here the number is 6. Sorry, here the number is 6. Or else let's take another date, for example 1/1/2025, that is 1st January 2025, and we want to extract the full month name from this date. Okay, for that I'll simply write equal to text, select the value, that is date, comma, format, I mean the output format is MMM. Okay, MMM, close the double quotes, close the bracket, press enter. It says Jan, correct? Now, if we just want the whole month name, that is January, January. Okay. For that, I'll simply add one more M. Okay. One more M, press enter. You'll see the whole month name. If we add three M's, that says or that shows only first three characters in that month name. If we add one more M, that says or that shows the whole month name. Similarly, for the date also this apply. For example, today is 24th May, that is Saturday, correct? Saturday, for example. I'll just simply write equal to text, open brackets, value. I'll select this, comma, format. If I just write 4Ds, the output will be the whole day name, Saturday, right? If we just apply 3Ds, for example, this shows only first three characters in that whole word. Okay, first three characters in the Saturday, that is SAT. Okay, that is the use of text function. Okay, next we have hour, minute, and second. Very similar to day, month, and year. We can extract hour, minute, and second. I'll just simply write equal to hour, and it is asking for the single input again, that is serial number. I'll just go and select this now function, the output from the now function. Close the bracket, enter. It says 23. That is 11, right? Now the time is exactly 11. That's why it is showing 23. So the time here will be in the 24 hours format, starting from 1 till 23. Okay. Now minute, for example, if I just simply write equal to minute, give the serial number like this, close and enter, it says 0 because it is exactly 11 p.m. There are no minutes yet. Once we go to 11:1 p.m. or 11:05 p.m. or 11:10 p.m., this minute will give us the appropriate minute of, I mean, appropriate minute from that time. Okay. Now, similarly, second also, if you just type equal to second, open brackets, or you can read the definition here, returns the second from, I mean, a number from 0 to 59. Okay. Open bracket, serial number, just select this now function, I mean, output from the now function, close the bracket, press enter. It says 7. And you see, minute value has also changed because the time is now updated to 11:1. Okay. So the minute will be 1, second will be 7. If we just edit this formula, press enter again, it says 18. If we just press again 21, that means it is showing the live numbers. Okay. Live system date and time. And from that, we'll be able to extract the live values. Okay. So these are some of the date and time functions. Okay. Not only built-in functions, we have some other functions also like if, SUMIF, nested if, okay, and average if, after that count if, okay, right? So we'll see these things now: if, SUMIF, nested if, average if, and count if. So let's start with if condition now. Okay, for example, we have a small data set here where we have student ID, student name, math marks, science marks, English marks, and also total marks, then attendance percent. Okay, so now I'll just write the definition of if function here. Okay, if function checks if a condition is true. All right, if a condition is true, it will return some value. If that condition is false, it will return some other value. What exactly will it return? That will be in our hands. Okay, we can customize that. We can customize our output. Okay, checks whether a condition is true or false. If true, it will return some value, and if it is false, if false, it returns another value. Okay, now as soon as we click if here, for example, equal to, if I just simply write if, you can read the definition here, checks whether a condition is met, that means checks whether a condition is true or false, and returns one value if true and another value if false. Okay, for example, let us take a few examples and see how does this work. Okay, first example, we are checking or else I'll write the questions here. Uh, I'll write the questions here. Checking if a student passed in maths or not. Okay, checking if a student passed in math subject or not. Right? We have the math score, right? So we are checking if these scores are greater than 35 or not. Why 35? Because pass marks when it comes to 100, total of 100 is 35. Okay, now I'll just add another column here, that is maths pass or fail. Okay, now how do we write that? I'll just simply write equal to if it is asking for three inputs now. First one is logical test, second is value if true, third is value if false. Okay, logical test is nothing but we are checking our condition. What are we exactly checking? We are checking for this particular number, because this is a math number, if this particular number is greater than 35 or not. Okay, C2 is greater than 35. If this function, this condition returns true, okay, our output should be pass in maths, for example. Okay, if this condition C2 is greater than 35, if that returns true, our output should be pass in maths. Or else, if this condition returns false, that means the condition is not met, then our output should be failed in maths. Okay, close the bracket, close the double quotes, click enter. See, the output is now pass in maths. Now, if you just hold this and drag it to the bottom, you will see pass in maths or fail in maths. Okay, for example, this failed in maths, right? So this number is less than 35. 34 is less than 35, correct? That's why the output is failed in maths. So this is how if condition, if function works. We'll take another example. For example, we are checking if attendance is greater than 75 or not. Okay, we are checking if attendance is greater than 75 or not. And if attendance is greater than 75, our output is regular. Okay, I'll write the conditions here. If true, our output should be regular. For false, our output should be irregular. Okay, now how do we write the formula? I'll just write equal to if logical test, that means we are checking if this number, that is attendance number, is greater than 75 or not. Okay, and if this returns true, our output should be regular. And if that returns false, our output should be irregular. Close the bracket, close the double quotes, close the bracket, press enter. It says regular. That means this 90 is greater than 70. The condition is satisfied, right? The condition returns true. That's why this is giving us regular as output. Okay. Now, if you just simply drag this to bottom, see irregular, regular, regular, irregular. Wherever you get irregular, there that means that value, that percentage value is less than 75. Okay. Clear with this? All right. Now, let us see one more example. Now, what exactly are we doing? We are checking if a particular number is greater than a particular number or not. That means we are checking only for one condition inside if function, right? For example, we have to check two conditions, and the two conditions are, first is checking if a student scored above 70 marks in all the subjects. Okay, here I have mentioned the condition, that is students should score above 70 marks in all the subjects or not. That means we are checking for three conditions, because there are three subjects. Math subjects we are checking, science subjects also we are checking, English subject also we are checking. And if these three conditions are satisfied for every subject, if the marks are greater than 70, my output should be uh, good. Okay, if that is false, my output should be needs improvement. Okay, for that our formula will be equal to if. Now in the logical test, because we are checking for multiple conditions, multiple values inside cells, right? We are checking for math marks, we are checking for science marks, we are also checking for English marks, right? Because we are checking multiple conditions, I'll use AND function here. Okay, and is used to check multiple conditions whether they are true or not, and this returns true if all of the conditions that we mention inside and are true. Okay, and function returns true value, true as output, if all the conditions that we have written inside and function returns true, are satisfied. Okay, now first condition is we are checking for this particular math mark whether it is greater than 70 or not. Okay, comma, second condition is we are checking for science marks if they are greater than 70 or not. Third condition, we are checking for English marks if they are greater than 70 or not. So these are our three conditions, right? Now, from this part of the formula, if the output is true, our output should be good. Okay, or else our output should be needs improvement. Okay, okay. Now close the bracket, close the double quotes, press enter. You see there is good. And if you just simply drag it to the bottom, good needs improvement, good needs improvement, needs improvement, and so on. Right? Wherever you see needs improvement, that means one of these or two of these subjects are less than 70, or all of the three subjects are less than 70. Wherever you see good, that means all of these three subjects are greater than 70. Simple. Okay. Now that is about if function. Next we have nested if. Okay. So this is about if function. Next we have nested if. What exactly is this nested if? Nested if uses multiple ifs. Okay. Multiple if statements inside one another. Okay. If we use if statement inside another if statement, that is called nested if. Okay. This is simply used to check more conditions, that is multiple conditions. For example, okay, for example, grade based on total marks. Okay, grade based on total marks. For example, if we have this total marks, right, this is nothing but sum of all the three subject marks. Okay, if this value is greater than 200, for example, or 250, if that particular value is greater than 250, our output should be A grade. If this particular value is greater than 200, our output should be B grade. If this is greater than or equal to 150, our output should be C. I'll just mention the conditions here. Nested if we are checking for total marks, correct? And the conditions are if all the three subjects, sum of all the three subjects is greater than 250, our output should be A grade. If the sum of all the three subjects is greater than 200, my output should be B. If that is greater than 150, our output should be C. Anything less than 150, our output should be D. Okay, so these are our four conditions. Now how to write the formula? I'll just go here. I'll add one more column for nested if. Okay, now the formula will be equal to if logical test that we are checking is nothing but we are checking if this value is greater than 250 or not. Okay, if that particular value is greater than 250, our output should be A, correct? So I'll give comma in double quotes, just mention A. Okay, so till here, is it clear? If this F2 is greater than 250, our output will be A. What if that value or that condition returns false? Okay, here we will have to mention the second condition, that is another if function. We are checking if, again logical test, if this value is greater than 200 or not. First condition that we are checking is if that is 250, I mean if that is greater than 250 or not. If that is greater than 250, that means this condition is satisfied, our output is A, right? If this condition is not satisfied, the first condition is not satisfied, we are checking for the second condition, if F2 is greater than 200 or not. Now what if that is greater than 200? Our output should be B. Simple, right? Now after this, we'll have to give the third condition, that is third if function. If, again we are checking for the same cell, if that is greater than 150 or not, or greater than or equal to 150 or not. Okay, if this returns true, our output should be C. Clear with this, everyone? All right. So first we are checking if F2 is greater than 250 or not. Then if that returns true, our output is A. If this is not greater than 250, that means this condition is not satisfied. We are checking for the second condition. If that number is greater than 200 or not. If that is greater than 200, our output will be B. Okay. Now the third condition. If that number is less than 200, we are checking for the third condition. If that is greater than 150 or not. If it is greater than 150, our output will be C. Or else, at last, the above three conditions are not satisfied. None of these conditions are satisfied. Our output should be D. Okay. Clear with this? And just press enter. You see, it is showing B grade. That means some of these three are less than, or less than 250. Okay, some of these three scores are less than 250. That's why the output is B. Now, if you just double click or just drag it to bottom, you'll see the grades for all of these subjects based on the total marks. Okay, clear with this? Let's see one more example for nested if. Nested if, for example, attendance category. Okay, for example, if attendance value is greater than 90, the output should show excellent. If that is greater than 75, output should show good. If it is greater than 60, our output should show average. If attendance percent is less than 60, any number that is less than 60, our output should show poor. Okay, so these are our four conditions. Now I'll just go here, add one more column, nested if attendance. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll just write the formula like this, equal to if function, open the bracket, we are checking now for attendance percent. This particular cell, if that is greater than 90 or equal to, greater than or equal to 90, our output should be excellent. Okay, or else we'll check for the second condition. If this particular number is greater than 75, if this returns true, our output should be good. Correct. Now we are checking for the third condition. That is, if this particular cell is greater than 60 or not. If this is true, our output should be average. Right? Now, if none of these three conditions are satisfied, that means any number that is less than 60, our output should be poor. Okay, so this is how we use nested if function. Just press enter here. Okay, now it shows excellent. That means the attendance percent is either greater than 90 or equal to 90. Okay, now if you just drag it to the bottom, you'll see average, excellent, good, average, good, poor, excellent, whatever it is. For poor, the value will be anything less than 60. Okay, for good, the value will be anything less than 90 and greater than 75. Okay, so like this, we'll be able to use nested if function. Okay, next thing that we'll see is sum if. Sum if. What is the definition of this sum if? Okay, this sum if simply adds values based on a condition. Okay, in if condition or in if function, we are checking if a particular condition is satisfied or not, and then we, based on that, true or false, we'll be customizing our output. Now here, using sum if function, we are adding up those values based on one condition. Okay, for example, uh, we want to find total marks or total maths marks for students with attendance above 80 or not. Okay, that means wherever you see the attendance greater than 80, those values should be summed. Okay, those maths values should be summed. Okay, we are just trying to add up these math marks if attendance percent is greater than 80. So basically, what are we exactly doing? We are trying to add this value because 90 is greater than 80. We are trying to add up this value and this one, and this one because these values are greater than 80, right? Now, how do we write the formula? And once we select these things, you can see the sum here 415. So our output after writing sum if function should be 415. Okay. Now, how do we write this formula? I'll just go here, add one more column, that is SUMIF, and I'll just write the function like this, equal to SUMIF. You can read the definition here, adds the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. Criteria is nothing but our conditions. Condition is nothing but our conditions. Okay, open this. It is asking for range. Okay, range is nothing but where exactly are we adding up the values? Which values are we adding up? Okay, now that is our first input. We are adding math values. Next comes our criteria. What is the condition? Okay, condition is the attendance percent should be greater than 80. Okay, so in sorry, this is not range. The range will be this one. Okay, the range will be this one because we are checking for the condition if these numbers are greater than greater than or less than 80. Okay, so our range will be attendance percent because in this range of cells we are checking for a particular condition, particular criteria. Our criteria is the number should be greater than 80. Okay, then it is asking for sum range. Which values do we want to sum? Which values do we want to add up? Right, that is these values. Correct. So close this, enter, it says 415, right? I'll just show you this again. We'll write the formula as equal to sum if range is nothing but those range, that range where we are checking for the condition. We are checking for the condition in this attendance percent that this should be greater than 80. That will be enclosed in double quotes because greater than is a special character which is in the form of text, comma, our third input sum range, that is which values do we want to add up? We want to add up math values. Close this, enter. Our output is 4 and 5. Clear with this? We'll take one more example. Next example, we want to add total English marks for students with name from A to E. Okay, our student names are starting from A and it is going till J, correct? Now, for example, we want to add up all those values. Okay, we want to add up all those English mark values from A till E. Okay, from A till E. So our formula will be, I'll just write here, equal to sum if the range, first input it is asking for range. Range is nothing but those columns where we are checking for condition. Okay, that is we are checking for this condition. We are checking for a condition in this column, right? Our condition is comma. Our condition is in double quotes. We'll just mention less than E. Okay, less than E. That means all of these values will be considered to add up. Okay, less than or equal to E, for example, less than or equal to E, right? Next, the third input it is asking for is sum range. Here we will just give English marks. Okay, understood this? We are checking for a condition in B2 to B11, that is blue highlighted range of cells, and the condition is it should be less than E, that is all of these values, less than or equal to, that is all of these values. Okay, and at the last input we are giving English marks. Okay, so our output should be basically sum of all these values 372, right? 75 plus 68 plus 95 plus 60 plus 74. Here you see from this formula, we have got the same 372. So very similar to SUMIF, average if calculates average of values based on a condition. Okay, average if function calculates the average of values based on a condition. For example, for the same data set, if we want to calculate average, I'll write the condition here, average of science marks, okay, where attendance is greater than 80. Okay, find the average of science marks where the attendance is greater than 80, right? I'll go here in this. I'll just use equal to average if function. You can read the definition here. This finds average or arithmetic mean. Mean is nothing but average for the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. Okay, open brackets, it is asking for range, criteria, and average range. Now in range, we will give this attendance percentage because we are checking for a condition in this particular column. Okay, the condition is greater than 80. Okay, this is our criteria, this is our condition, correct? And the last input, average range, that means which values do we want to average, which values do we want to average. We are checking for science marks, correct? Select that range, click enter. The output is 71.6. That means 71.6 is the average of those values where attendance is greater than 80. Okay, clear with this? We'll take one more example. If we want to calculate average of English marks per students more than 70 marks in maths. So we are calculating average of English marks for those students who have scored more than 70 marks in maths. Okay, so our condition will be, I'll just simply write equal to average if open brackets range now is nothing but our maths, because in this max cells only, in this maths subject values only, we are checking for a condition. The condition is greater than 70. Okay, if this is satisfied, then it is asking for average range. Which range of values do we want to perform average on? Okay, English marks. Close, enter. It says 79.6667. That means 79.667 is the average of English marks where the maths marks is greater than 70. Okay, clear with this? And this is how average if function works. And the last thing we have count if. Okay, count if. Now, what is the definition of this? This basically counts the values based on a condition. This counts the values based on a condition. Now, for example, we want to count number of students with attendance less than 75. Okay, we want to see how many students are there with attendance percent less than 75. Okay, now I'll go here and I'll simply write count if open brackets. You can read the definition here. Count the number of cells within a range that meets a given condition. Okay, open the brackets. It is asking for two inputs only. One is range, one is criteria. Range is nothing but we are checking for the attendance if that value is less than 75. Okay, for wherever the value is less than 75, this count if function counts them. Okay, press enter, you'll see the output is 3. That means in this there are three values which are less than 75. Okay, clear with this? Next, with this is one example, we'll see one more example also. We want to count students who scored more than 80 in English. Okay, we want to just know how many students have scored more than 80 in English. Okay, for that the formula will be simple, equal to count if, open brackets, it is asking for range. In range, we will give English marks, comma, and the condition is it should be greater than 80. Okay, close it, enter. It says 2. That means there are two values in this English marks which are greater than 80. Okay, clear with this? Yes? Okay, there was some mistake. Count if in this greater than 80. Okay, we did not give the whole range. All right. Now see the output is 3. That means there are three values which are greater than 80 in this English marks. Okay, and they are 85, 82, and 95. Okay, so these are the three values. So this is about the countif function. Okay, let us see one more example for countif. Okay, now for example, okay, understand this. We want to count students, okay, with attendance between 70 and 90. How many students are present with attendance in between 70 and 90? That is our condition. That is our question, right? Now for that, I'll just write equal to count if, okay, it is asking for range. In this range of cells, first we are checking if, I mean, how many values are there which are greater than or equal to 70. Okay, this is our first condition. That is, what exactly is the question? Count of students with attendance between 70 and 100. That is greater than 70 and less than 90, right? So this is the function for greater than 70. Now I'll simply write minus count if, again from this range, okay, from this range, our condition is greater than 90. Okay, so this is our condition. This is how we get number of students whose attendance percent is greater than or equal to 70 and greater than or equal to 90. Okay, enter. It says 5. That means there are 5 students whose attendance percent is in between 70 and 90. Simple. Okay, so this is about countif function. All right, so next we will see about uh, sum if s, or else we'll see about okay, let's see sum if s. After that we'll see what do we have, lookup and data validation. Okay, we'll see sum if, lookup values or lookup functions, and after that we'll see data validation. So first now let's talk about sum if s. What is this sum if s? We have already seen about sum if, correct? What is this sum if? It adds values based on a condition, based on a single condition, correct? If you see the formulas that we have written for sum if, you'll see or you'll find only one condition that we have used. Okay, so using sum if s, we can use multiple conditions. That is, adding values based on more than one conditions. When we say more than one, it can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 50, 100, whatever it might be. Okay, so sum if s, I'll write the definition here, adds up values based on multiple conditions. Okay, multiple conditions. For example, I have this sample data, okay, where we have region, products, salespersons, date, price, shipments, and groups. Now, my question is sum if s, and the question is I want to add prices where shipments are greater than, for example, 15 or 2000. Okay, 2000. We want to add up these prices where shipments are greater than 2000. At the same time, group should be bars. Okay, and group is bars. Okay, so this is our question. Now, how do we write the formula for sum if s? I'll just simply write equal to sum if s. You can read the definition here. This adds the cells specified by a given set of conditions. Given set of conditions, right? That is more than one condition. Okay. Now, open brackets, it is asking for sum range first. What exactly is the sum range? These values where we want to add up. Okay, so all of these values, the whole price column, right? Now that is our sum range. Second input that we need to give is criteria range 1. Third input is criteria 1. Fourth, criteria range 2, criteria 2. Next, criteria range 3, criteria 3. And this list never stops. This will keep on going as many as conditions will be given here. Okay, so the second condition, criteria range 1. What is our condition? Shipments are greater than 2000. Okay, so in this criteria range 1, I'll just select all the values in the shipments column. Okay, how can we select the whole column? Starting from the first value, if I just select this and press Control Shift down arrow, Control Shift down arrow, like that, by using that shortcut, we'll be able to select the whole column. That will be our criteria range 1. Next, criteria 1. What is the condition in this particular shipments column? The value should be greater than 2000. Okay, inside double quotes, mention greater than 2000. That is our third input. Correct. Now fourth input, that is second condition, criteria range 2 and criteria 2. What is criteria range 2? In this groups column, for that I'll select the whole column, comma, the criteria is that should be equal to bars. Okay, clear with this? What I mean, I'll just explain the formula again. Sum if s, first input that we need to give is sum range. That means which values do we want to add up. After that, criteria range 1. This is nothing but that particular value, sorry, that particular range of cells where we are checking for the condition. In the shipments condition, we are checking if the condition is greater than 2000 or not, if the values are greater than 2000 or not. So our criteria range 1 will be the shipment column values which are highlighted in red. Correct. Next, criteria 1. This criteria 1 means the condition. What are we exactly checking for? We are checking for those values which are greater than 2000. Okay. Now, criteria range 2. That is groups column. Right. Groups column. And the condition is it should be the value should be equal to bars. Okay. Click enter. It says 5175083. Okay, 5175083. How do we cross check if that value is correct or not? Okay, now just apply filters here. Shipments, select all those values which are greater than 2000. Okay, we have how many? 5 values, right? And from groups, just filter out bars. Okay, now see what is the output. We have 4 entries based on our conditions where the shipments value is greater than 2000 and group is bars. Now check for the sum of prices here. Just select these 4 values. At the bottom, you will be able to see the sum value 5175083.13. We have got the same value 5175083. If you just convert or add decimals like this 130, and some of these values is 0.13. Clear with this? I'll just remove the filters again. For that, shortcut key is Control Shift L. To add filters and to remove filters, the shortcut key is Control Shift L. Okay. Now, for example, we'll see one more example for sum if s. Okay. Next condition. We want to add up all these shipment numbers where salesperson is A and region is West. Okay. Add boxes where sales person is A and region is west, for example. Okay, so these are our two conditions. Now how do we write the formula? Just write equal to sum if s. Okay, again, now the first input it is asking for is sum range. What do we give in this sum range? We just have to select this shipments. Okay, shipments, select that first cell and click Control Shift down arrow to select that whole range, to select that whole column, comma. Second condition is, I mean, second input that it is asking for is criteria range 1. Okay, the criteria range 1 is nothing but our column where we want to check for the condition. Okay, our first condition should be salesperson should be A, right? So I'll just select this last value in that column and click Control Shift up arrow to select the whole column. Okay, now in this column we are searching for a person, right? That will be our criteria 1. That is our condition for the first range that we have selected. Second, now it is asking for second condition, that is criteria range 2. What is the criteria range 2? I'll just go here and select the region column, because we are checking for west, which is present in the region column. Fourth input in the double quotes, directly mention west, because that is our criteria 2, condition 2. Correct? Now, if we just press enter there, it is showing 25564. That is number of boxes, that is number of shipments. Boxes is, that is called shipments also. So, number of, sum of boxes where salesperson is A in the west region. Okay, understood how to use sum if s. Now, similar to the sum if s, we have average if s and also count if s. We'll come to count if s. First, let's talk about average if s. For example, we want to calculate average of price, where group is bytes and sales person is D. Okay, we want to calculate average of price where group is bytes and salesperson is D. How do we write the formula? Just write equal to average if S. You can read the definition here. This finds average arithmetic mean for the cells specified by a given set of conditions. Conditions represents more than one condition. It can be any number of conditions. Okay, open bracket. First thing it is asking for is average range. That is, we want to find the average of price, correct? So that's why I'll just select this price column. Next, criteria range 1. That is, I'll select this groups column, and in this groups column, we are searching for bytes, right? So that will be our third input. Next thing, second condition, that is criteria range 2. Where exactly, in which column exactly are we searching for the second condition, that is A, or sorry, D, correct? So in this range of cells, comma, we are searching for D. Okay, click enter. You'll see you will get a number 413217.244. That is the average of price where there is bytes as a group and salesperson D. Okay, for example, if we just filter again, I'll apply filters using Control Shift L. Okay, salesperson, I'll only filter D. After that, groups, I'll just filter bytes, enter. So these are our two conditions. Now, if we just select all the price values, some you can see here 4628, sorry, average we need to check, right? 413217. Okay, 413217. Let's check if that is the right thing that we have got. Let's remove filters. 41321.7.244. So clear with this, how to use average FS and when to use average FS. For example, next example we'll take, we want to calculate average number of shipments where sales date is March. Okay, that means for the whole March month, we want to check what is the number of shipments that have been done. Okay. Now, okay, let's add one more condition also. That is next condition, and sales person A. Okay, so this is our condition, right? Now our formula will be, I'll just write equal to average if S, okay, average range, that is shipments, because we want to find out average number of shipments, correct? Now the second input it is asking for is criteria range 1. Okay, in this date column I'll just select the first cell and click on control shift down arrow to select that complete column. Next criteria range is nothing but the values should be greater than or equal to 01 May, sorry, March 2023. Okay, so we are checking for the condition where the date is greater than 1st March 2023. This is our first condition. Next, criteria range 2. Criteria range 2, again I'll select the date column. After that, here now I am searching for values less than 31st March 2023. Okay, first condition we are checking for values that are greater than or equal to 1st March. Okay, now we are giving another condition that is less than or equal to 31st March 2023. By these two conditions, we are covering the whole March month, right? Greater than March 1st and less than 31st March. Okay, now second condition is also done. Next comes to salesperson A, right? Criteria range 3. From this salesperson, we are searching for A. Okay, so that is our formula. Click enter. It says 313.319149. How to confirm if this is right or not? I'll just apply filters. Filter only March month. Just click on this. Filter only March month. Enter. Then salesperson A. Right? Now, average shipments, if we check, the average value is 313.3191489. Right? So that is the exact output that we have got. Remove the filters. You see 313.319149. Okay. So like this, we use average if S. Next, similarly, we have count if S. Okay. What does this count if S does? This counts the values based on multiple conditions. Okay, count of values based on multiple conditions. For example, we want to count, okay, we want to count how many shipments have been done or how many orders have been placed in count orders in north region. Okay, count number of orders in north region by B salesperson. Okay, this is our question, to count number of orders in north region by B salesperson. That means simply how many sales have been done by B salesperson in north region. Okay, for that our formula will be count if S. You can read the definition here. This counts the number of cells specified by a given set of conditions. Okay, open brackets. It is asking for criteria range 1, criteria 1, criteria range 2, criteria 2, criteria range 3, criteria 3. Okay, now our first criteria will be in this salesperson column, we are searching for B. So this is our criteria range 1 and criteria 1. Second condition is we are checking for the north region. So criteria range will be this region column. After that, we are searching for north value. Enter, you will get an output that is 107. That means there are 107 entries done by salesperson B in the north region. Okay, clear with this? Next, one more example. For example, we want to count how many number of orders have been placed from price which are greater than 10 lakhs and groups bars. Okay, count of orders where price is greater than 10 lakhs. Okay, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, and group is bars. Okay, now how do we write the formula? Equal to count if s open bracket. Now, what are we exactly searching for? Price should be greater than 10 lakhs. That means we'll select the price column as criteria 1. After that, double quotes and mention greater than 10 lakhs. Okay, greater than 10 lakhs, double quotes close. This is our first condition. And our second condition is the group should be, that means in this red highlighted values, we are searching for bars. Close the double quotes, close the brackets, enter. It says 48. That means there are 48 entries where price is greater than 10 lakhs. At the same time, group is equal to bars. Okay, clear with this? Sum FS, average FS, and count FS. Simple thing, using sum if, count if, and average if, we will be calculating things based on a single condition. Okay, but by using this sum if s, average if s, and count if s, we will be able to apply multiple conditions on the data and then calculate sum, average, or count. Simple. Okay, so that is about uh, sum if s, average if s, count if s. Okay, next. Next, we'll talk about lookup functions. Okay, for that, so first, what exactly is a lookup function? Okay, lookup function. This lookup function just simply search for a value based on another value. Okay, this lookup functions search for a value based on another value that might be present in another table, another sheet, or another Excel workbook. Okay, lookup function searches for a value based on another value. Okay, now we have different types of lookup functions. Types of lookup functions. First thing we have VLOOKUP. Okay, H lookup. Next, the last thing we have XLOOKUP. So three kinds of lookup functions. VLOOKUP, that means vertical lookup. H lookup, horizontal lookup, and XLOOKUP is the combination of VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. That means this is the updated version of all the lookup functions. Okay, so XLOOKUP. First, we'll talk about VLOOKUP, vertical lookup. That means, for example, we have a small data like this, where we have name, gender, age, rating, date joined. After that, we have department, salary, country. And in another table, we have only names. And we want to get these values, salary values for this particular person, gender, and also age. Okay, for all of these names, for all of these employees, let's say, for all of these employees, we want to show salary as well as gender as well as age. And where do we get this information from? From this sheet one, from this table. Okay, all right. So let's see how this VLOOKUP works. First, we are talking about VLOOKUP. Okay, right. So to get the salary values for these employees from this sheet one, okay, here is the salary column. To get this salary here, we will use lookup function, that is vertical lookup equal to VLOOKUP. Okay, once we write VLOOKUP, you can read the definition here. Looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns another value in the same row from a column you specify. Okay, that means we can specify the column number and this VLOOKUP brings that value and place it here. By default, the table must be sorted in ascending order. Okay, right. So VLOOKUP, open brackets, it is asking for how many inputs? 1, 2, 3, and 4 inputs, correct? First is lookup value, second is table array, after that column index number, after that range lookup. Okay, first we'll talk about lookup value. This simply means for which value are we looking for? Okay, for which value are we looking for? We are looking for this name. Okay, we are looking for this name, comma, second is table array. Table array simply means where exactly are we looking for this name. First input, lookup value, that means for which value are we looking for. Second input, table array, that means where exactly are we looking for this value. Okay, second input, I'll just go to the sheet one and select this whole table. Okay, you can select just by dragging all the column headers, or you can select like this also. Click anywhere and press Ctrl A. Okay, click anywhere and press Ctrl A. This whole sheet will be selected. Or else click here, the first thing, first cell, using Ctrl Shift side button and Ctrl Shift down arrow, you'll be able to select the whole column, the whole table. Okay, whole data range of cells, right? Now that is our second input, that is table array. Okay, next, column index number. Which column do we want as an output? Okay, which column do we want as an output? We want salary column, correct? Salary column is in the sixth position, starting from the left, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh column, sorry. Okay, so salary column is in the seventh position, starting from the name. So we'll just give 7 here. And the last input, range lookup. Okay, true is for approximate match and exact match will give false. Okay, now by default, whenever we use this lookup functions, this range lookup will be false. That means we want the exact match. Okay, formula is done. Click on enter. You see 112650, right? Now if you just double click on this, we'll just go to bottom right of this cell, double click. Okay, for all the people we will get the salaries. Clear with this? Let's do it one more time. For example, we want gender column. Okay, now how do we write the formula generally? We'll just write equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets. First thing it is asking for lookup value. Which value are we looking for exactly? For this particular value, comma, where exactly are we looking for this value? We'll go to sheet 1, select all these values. Okay, in this range we are looking for that name. Next, column index number. What do we want exactly? Gender, correct? Gender is in the second position from name. Name is in the first position and gender is in the second position, correct? Now that's why I'll just give 2. After that, comma 0 for exact match, that is false. Click enter. See, it is returning some value, that is male. If you just double click, for each and every person, you'll get the gender. Okay, very similar to that, we can get the age column also here, that is equal to VLOOKUP. We are looking for this particular name, comma, where exactly are we looking for? We are looking in this particular table. After that, column index number. Now the age is in the third position, starting from the name column. Okay, comma 0, because we want exact match, right? So we got this number, and if you just go to the bottom right of that cell and double click, all the values will be filled. Clear with this? Everyone, how to use VLOOKUP? Yes? All right. So one thing with VLOOKUP is, I mean, we can say that as a disadvantage or we can say that as a limitation, whatever it might be. One thing with the VLOOKUP is it only searches from left to right. Okay, that means in the table reference that we give, it only searches from left to right. Okay. And one more thing between two tables is there needs to be a common column. Okay, there needs to be a common column. Like this, we have name column in this particular table, and if we just go to sheet 2 also, we'll have the name column. Using this common column only, we will get the other columns based on this particular value. Okay, we'll see one more example. Okay, first limitation that I've said is VLOOKUP only searches from left to right. That means, for example, we have age column as a common. Okay, we have age column in both of these two tables, right? Based on this age column, if we want to search for name, okay, our output should be name from the age column. Is that thing possible? No, because VLOOKUP searches from left to right. Using age column, if there is if age is a common column between the two tables, we will be able to get ratings or date joined or department or salary or country. But we will not be able to get gender and name columns because we have these two columns to the left of age column. Okay, this doesn't searches from right to left. This only searches from left to right. Okay, this will not go right to left. This will only go for left to right. For example, rating column is the common column between two tables. Okay, now if we can get this date joined department, salary and country from VLOOKUP. Okay, but we cannot get age, gender and name column because these three columns are to the left of ratings. That is the common column. We cannot get those columns which are which are positioned towards the left of the common column. Clear with this? Now, let's go here. All right. So now we have done three VLOOKUPs, okay, to get these three columns, salary, gender, and age. We have used three VLOOKUPs. Now, for example, using only single VLOOKUP, we want to get all these three columns. Okay, using a single VLOOKUP, we want to get all of these three columns, right? That means here we need to get salary, here we need to get gender, here we need to get age column. Okay, now how is that possible? We'll go to here, salary column, and write the same formula equal to VLOOKUP. Okay, we are searching for this value, comma, where exactly are we searching? We are searching in this table, in this range of cells, comma. Now comes the tricky part, that is column index number. Okay, column index number, generally we give a single digit, correct? Whether it might be second column, third column, 10th column, 15th column, right? Here we'll give only one input. Now, just by giving multiple inputs in the column index number, we can get more than one column also. And how do we give multiple inputs? Just inside the flower bracket. Okay. For example, we want salary column, gender column, and age column. So our salary column is positioned in seventh position, starting from name column, comma, we are also looking for gender column that is positioned in the second position. We are also looking for age column that is the third position from name column, right? So these three columns we want. Close the flower bracket, press comma and write 0 because that is always false. That is by default false because we want exact match. Close the bracket, press enter. Now see what happened. Using only one VLOOKUP, we have bought all these three columns, all the details of these three columns here. Just by dragging it or double clicking it, we'll be able to insert the same thing across the table. Clear with this, everyone? All right. So now we have given 7, 2, 3 like this. Columns can be here and there, but based on the column that we want, we should give the position of that column inside that table. Okay, so that is about VLOOKUP, right? So VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP are the important ones. We'll discuss these things only. Now we have understood what exactly is VLOOKUP. Next thing we'll go for is XLOOKUP. Okay, for example, I'll just cut this, place one more sheet, apply it here. Okay, now this is the name is the common column. I'll just cut this from here. I'll go here, right click, insert cut cells. Okay, so now what happened? The main limitation with the VLOOKUP is that VLOOKUP function only searches from left to right, correct? Like this, from name, all the other columns towards its right side. Okay, now using XLOOKUP, we will be able to search whether it might be right or whether it might be left. From both the directions, we'll be able to get these columns. Okay. Now, for example, gender column is towards the left of name column, right? With the help of VLOOKUP, this is not possible. Okay. Now, how can we get this? Just by using XLOOKUP. I'll just write XLOOKUP. You can read the definition. This searches a range or an array for a match and returns the corresponding item from a second range or array. By default, an exact match is used. Okay. Open brackets. The inputs that it is asking for is first is lookup value. Same input as the VLOOKUP also. First input, lookup value. I'll just select this particular thing. Okay. Lookup array. That means I'll just go here to the sheet 1 in this particular column, right? In this name column, we are searching for that name. Okay. Now, third input, return array. Which column do we want to get as an output? Okay. Which value do we want to get as an output? I'll just select this first column. Okay. That is gender column. Next, fourth input, value if not found. If not found, just mention in double quotes, not found. Okay. If the exact match is not found, then the output will be not found. Next, match mode, again, 0 for exact match. After that, search mode. These are all optional. We don't have to give that. Close the bracket, press enter. See, we have got the gender for each and every person. That means XLOOKUP can search from left to right and also right to left. Clear with this? Now, this is gender. For example, we want to get age. Okay. How do we write the formula? Equal to X lookup, open brackets, lookup value. That means for which value are we looking for? This value, comma, lookup array. Where are we exactly looking for this value? Go to sheet 1 in this name column. Correct? Next, third input, return array. In the output, which column do we want? Age column. Correct? So select the age column, comma, if not found, what should be the output if match is not found? I'll just simply in the double quotes I'll write error. Okay, error. Next, that is our fourth input, and the fifth input will be 0 because we want exact match. I'll just close the bracket and click enter. See, we have got the age, right? Not only left columns, we can get the right columns also like this. For example, for the same, we want salary or department this time. Okay, department. How do we write the formula? Equal to X lookup, open brackets, lookup value. That means I'm looking for this value, comma, where exactly are we looking for? In the sheet 1, in this particular column, okay, comma, after that, return array. That means in the output, which column do we want? That is department column, right? Select that column. After that, if not found, just give NA. Okay, that is not available. After that, match mode, exact match. Close it, enter. See, for each person, now we are getting the department value. Clear with this? How to use XLOOKUP and how to use VLOOKUP? Yes? All right. So from here, it shows the NA values because like I said, it only searches from left to right. Now, because I have changed the data, that means I have brought this name column into the middle of this table, correct? Previously, it was in the A column. I mean, the name was in the A column. Now it is in the D column. So the reference has changed, right? That's why it shows NAs. Okay. Clear with this? All right. I'll just copy this, go here, paste it. Okay. So why is it showing NA values? It is not getting the output while searching for this value in this particular table, which are towards its right side. Okay. So that is about the XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. So now let's understand conditional formatting. Before going to conditional formatting, we will understand what exactly is formatting. Okay, after that we'll go to conditional formatting. So now what exactly is formatting? Formatting simply means changing the appearance of the cells. Okay, formatting simply means changing the appearance of the cell, visual appearance of the cells. By default, the background color for any cell that we pick up will be white. Correct. Now, for example, we want to change the background color to some other color from white. Okay, for example, this particular cell G2. Okay, this is the combination of G column and second row, right? Now this cell, by default, the background color is white, right? Now how to change the background color? I'll just go here in the font group. You see this option, fill color. Okay, from here I can choose any color that we want. Okay, similarly, if I just write something, for example, Sandeep, by default the font color will be black, right? Now if you just want to change the font color, I choose this option, that is font color. Okay, click on this drop down, you'll see n number of colors here. From this you can choose anything, for example red. Okay, like this we can change the appearance of the cell. For example, by default, if we write anything inside the cells, that will be aligned in horizontal manner. Okay, horizontal manner, whether it is starting from left of that cell or whether it is starting from the right of that cell, the alignment will be horizontal. Correct. For example, I want to change this horizontal to something like this. Okay, that means starting here diagonally, the words that we write, the values that we write should be visible diagonally in this cell. Okay, for that I'll just select that cell, right click, go to format cells. Here we have six groups, six tabs, correct? Number tab, alignment tab, font tab, border tab, fill tab, and protection tab. In the alignment tab, you see this angle here. Okay. Now, by default, the angle is 0 degrees. That's why the text is aligned in the horizontal manner. Okay. If I just change this 0 to 45, okay, 0 to 45, click on OK. Now you see Ashok IT is written diagonally in the 45 degrees angle. Similarly, for example, this Sandeep, I'll select this cell, right click, go to format cells, alignment. Now, if we just give minus 45, okay, minus 45, click on OK. Now see, how does this look? This is also diagonal way, but starting from the top left. This is also diagonal way, starting from the bottom left, right? So like this, we will be able to change the appearance of the cell, background color, font color, and text alignment also. Okay, let's explore some of the other options. I'll just right click, select the cell, format cells, alignment, horizontal alignment from left, center, right, full, justify, whatever it is. For example, I'll just select right. Okay, select center, 45 degrees, click on OK. Now see what happened. The alignment came to the extreme right of that cell, right? If you see here, this gap is much more than this gap. So the alignment came to the right side like this. Right click, format cells. We'll be able to select the font style from the font group, from the font tab. Along with that, we'll be able to select the border, right? Border styles. By default, this will be solid line, right? We can select the border styles. We can select the fill, color, and pattern also. For example, by default, this will be the complete fill like this, right? Inside this pattern, I want to insert any one of this pattern. Okay, for example, this one, right? The output or the appearance of that particular cell will look like this sample here. Okay, just a second. Okay, select this pattern style, pattern color, for example, orange color, this one. Okay, click on OK. Now see what happened. The font, or I mean the format of the cell has changed, right? If you just select that cell, drag it to bottom, that same patterns will be formatted to each and every cell. Okay, for example, I'll just here where the formatting options are not applied yet, I'll just write my name Sandeep. Okay. Now I'll just go here where the formatting is all applied and select this cell, go to clipboard group and click on this format painter. Okay. Click on this format painter. After that, I'll go and click on this Sandeep again. Okay. Go to Ashok IT where, I mean, this particular cell, well, where the formatting is already done. Okay. Go and click on this format painter. Come back here. Click on this Sandeep cell. What happened now? If you observe, all these formatting options that we have done on the Ashok IT have now been applied to this Sandeep also. Okay, so that is the use of this format painter. This just copy the format of the one particular cell and paste it somewhere else. Okay, for example, I'll just again write Ashok IT. Okay, now for this cell, for this particular cell, I want it to be in this particular format. Okay, I'll select this Sandeep, go here, format painter. After this, I'll go and click on this Ashok IT. Now see, all of these formattings are applied in Ashok IT in the same cell, right? Like this, we'll be able to use this format painter. Next, we have other formatting options also. Like we can increase the font size from here, increase the font size, decrease the font size, bold, italic, underline. Okay. If we just click on this drop down, double underline also is available, right? So like this, we'll be able to change the normal format of any cell. For example, okay, we have this range of cells here. We have this small table. Okay, this is not a table yet. This is called a range of cells, right? Now I'll click on anywhere inside this data, press Control A to select the whole data, right? And then press Control T. Okay, Control T. Now what happened? A small pop-up is appearing where it says, where is the data for your table? So Control T is a shortcut key to create a table. Okay, this range of cells is not a table yet. We want to create or we want to format this data into a perfect table. Okay, for that, the shortcut key is Control T. Once we click on Control T, this pop-up will open. Here, where is your data for your table? That thing we have already selected, right? Next, we have a small checkbox here, whether if you have table headers or not. If you have headers, check this box. If you don't have headers for your data, that is column headers, uncheck this box. Okay, click on OK now. You'll see that that raw data, that range of cells is now converted into a proper formatted table. Okay, now how to change these colors? By default, Excel gives us a blue color around this table, right? Now how to change this value, how to change these colors? Click anywhere inside that table. You'll have, I mean, you'll see one more tab here inside this ribbon, that is table design. Once you click on this, you'll get to see n number of designs here. Okay, you can select anything. Once you hover over it, that design will be already visible at the back end. Okay, for example, I want to change our data, change our table to this color, which is green. Okay, by default, it gives us blue color. We want to change that to green color. I'll just click on this. Okay, so this is how we change the raw data into a proper table format. Now, coming back to conditional formatting. Okay, for example, we have some numbers. Okay, 10, 20, 30. I'll just select these three and drag it to 150 till here. For example, we have these values. Okay, now in these values, I'll just select the whole range, go to conditional formatting. Inside this conditional formatting, we have all of these options. So the definition of conditional formatting is nothing but we can highlight the cells based on a condition. Okay, we can highlight cells based on a condition. For example, we have these ranges, this range of cells. In this range of cells, we want to highlight only those numbers which are greater than 70. Okay, only those numbers which are greater than 70. That is our first condition. Condition was highlight cells greater than 70. Okay, now how do we do that? I'll just select the whole range of cells, go to conditional formatting in the home tab, click on the first option, that is highlight cell rules, and inside that the first option that appears is greater than. Just click on that. One more small window will be opened. Here it will ask for a value. If we just give 70 here, at the back end you can observe that all the values which are greater than 70 are highlighted. Yes. Now by default this gives us red colors. How to change these colors? I'll just go and click on this drop down and you'll see custom format. Okay, custom format. From this again, format cells window will be opened. We can choose any color, any border, any font style, whatever it might be. Okay, fill, for example, I want to fill those things with orange color. Okay, and pattern style, I want to fill with this particular thing, this particular thing. After that, borders, this dotted line, right? This thing, for example. Okay, color, border of that color, example red color. Okay, outline like this. The visual looks something like this. Next, font should be bold and italic. After that, color, font color will be white, for example. Okay, now click on OK. Click on OK. Now see what happened. All those values which are greater than 70 are highlighted with the custom format that we have given. Okay, this is nothing but highlight cells greater than 70. Now, similarly, I'll just copy this, paste them as values. Now, again, we have the data. Just select these range of cells. Now, this time I want to highlight those cells which are less than 70. Okay, which are less than 70 with the same color, light red filled with dark red text, whatever it might be. Or we can custom the colors also by clicking on this custom format. Okay, now click on OK. See, all those values which are less than 70 are now highlighted. Less than 70. Okay. Similarly, on the same data itself, I'll select the data, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules. Okay. Now this time less than 80 or less than 90, for example. Click on OK. You'll see that all those values which are less than 90 are now highlighted. Okay. Now, next thing, we have the same data again. I'll just copy this, paste them as values. Okay, select the whole range of cells, go to conditional formatting. The third option that we have is between. Okay, for example, we want to highlight only those values which are greater than 40 and less than 120. Okay, our condition is greater than 40 and less than 120. That means we are selecting two values, and between those two values we are highlighting those cells. Click on this between and it will ask for two values again. Here I'll just give 40. Here I will give 120. Okay, we can choose the color and format, whatever it might be. Fill, automatic, this blue color, for example. Okay, fill effects, I'll choose from center. Okay, I'll select this, click on OK. Now font, bold and italic, color, white. Okay, color white, click on OK. Now see what happened, click on OK. Now see, all the values from 40 till 120 are highlighted with the custom format that we have given. So this one will be uh, between 40 and 120. Okay, similarly, I'll copy this, again paste it as values. Now, next option, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, equal to. Equal to, I'll just simply give 90, for example. At the background you can see that 90 is highlighted. Okay, so that is the equal to. Or for example, we have some text columns like this, for example, SBI will take the bank names, SBI, HDFC, ICICI, okay, Kotak. So like this we have some bank names that are in the text format. Select this format, select this cells, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, click on equal to. Equal to, I'll just select ICICI. Okay, ICICI. Click on OK. You'll see that ICICI is highlighted. Now, for example, I will delete this HDFC and change it to ICICI again. This cell will also be highlighted. Okay. Now, Next option is, I'll just copy these things. Control A, Control C, copy them as values. Okay. Now again, we have some bank names. Go to conditional formatting. Next option that you see is text that contains. Okay. Once you click on this, you'll get a small pop-up again. Text that contains, format cell that contains the text. For example, if we just give A here, okay. If we just give A here, all those cells will be highlighted in which A is present. Okay. In SBI, there is no A. In HDFC, there is no A. In ICICI, there is no A. But we can find A in Kotak. That's why that cell is getting highlighted. Click on OK. You'll see that that cell is highlighted. Okay. Like this, conditional formatting not only works on numbers, it also works on text things. Okay. Now, for example, let's select the whole data, go to conditional formatting. Next thing that we have is date occurring. Okay, we have to select the date numbers. All right. So I'll just enter today's date, that is 26/5/2025. Okay. Now we have entered this in the DDYY format. Okay. So by default, this will be the value where we will where it will be in the MMDDYYY format. We have to change that into DDMMYYY format. Okay. For that, I'll just go to select the cell. I'll just go to data tab. You find this text to columns. Click on that. Next, next. Now you see that date by default will be in the month, date, and years format. For example, we have entered 26/5. 26, Excel will consider this 26 as a month number. Okay, because it is in the MDY format. Okay, for example, we have entered 5/26 and 2025. 5/26, 2025. Now that 26 will be considered as a day number. Okay, now we'll change, by default it will be in the MDY format. I'll just click on this drop down and change it to DMY format. Okay, DMY format, click on finish. Now if you see, this will be in the DMY format. For appearance it will show as MDY, but on reality at the background it will be in the DMY format, that is day, month, and year format. Now for example, let's fill some more days. How do we fill some more days? For example, I'll just select these range of cells. Okay, or else just click here and drag this date till here. Okay, understood this? If we just simply drag that cell to whatever number of cells that we want, series of dates will be inserted. Okay, there is one more way how this series of dates will be inserted. For example, I'll just simply write again 26/5/2025 and change this to DMY format like this. Next, click on this DMY, just click on finish. Now if we just select these rows, number of rows where we want to fill this series of dates, in the home tab we find one more option, that is fill. Okay, fill, you can read the definition or the use of this fill here. Continue a series or pattern into a neighboring cells in any direction. I'll just click on this, select this series option, select this columns, date and day, because we want to insert date, and in the day format, day wise format, right? In the column, we have selected column here because we want to get those dates in a single column. Okay, now if you just click on rows here, okay, now this this will insert the series of dates in a single row in multiple columns. So we'll select column here to insert these dates in a single column, select date, select day, and step value is 1. That means the difference between those two, any two date values will be 1. Stop value, we cannot give stop value here if that is in the date format. Okay, now just click on OK. Now see, all the series of dates are inserted. Okay, now coming back to the conditional formatting, I will just select these date ranges, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, select a date occurring. Okay, a date occurring, that means we will be able to select yesterday, we will be able to highlight yesterday's day, today's date, Tomorrow's date, for example, if I just select tomorrow here, tomorrow date will be highlighted. That is 27/5/2025. For example, if you just select last 7 days, right? That will be highlighting last 7 days starting from today. Okay, because there are no last 7 dates, only today's date is highlighted. Next, for example, last week, this week, or next week. For example, I'll just select this next week. You'll see all those dates in the next week are getting highlighted. Similar way, we have last month, this month, and next month. If we just select this month, all those dates that are related to May, right, those will be highlighted. Okay, again, we can custom our visuals or appearance. Click on OK. Right, so like this we'll be able to highlight the dates. Next, for example, we have these values. In these values, I'll just select the range of cells like this. Go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, duplicate values. Okay, last option is duplicate values. If you just click on that, a small pop-up window will be opened again. Again, here there is another drop down. From this, if you select duplicate and then click on OK, all those duplicate values will be highlighted. From this drop down, if you select unique, all those unique values will be highlighted. Let's see about the duplicate, click on OK. You see there are no numbers highlighted because there are no duplicate cells. For example, if I just delete this 70 and change it to 10, now see what happened. Both the 10s are now highlighted. For example, I'll just remove this 110 and make it as 50. Now see both the 50s got highlighted. So like this, we'll be able to, highlight the duplicate values. At the same time, if we select the data, go to conditional formatting and selecting this duplicate values and selecting unique from this drop down. Okay, and changing the formatting to yellow color, for example. Click on OK. Now you'll see all those unique values will be highlighted with the yellow or orange color, it might be. Okay, like this. So that is how we highlight duplicate values and unique values. Next thing, for example, I have this data. I'll paste it here. Next, okay, I'll just mention here that it is duplicate and unique values. Here I'll mention date occurring. Okay, now I have this range of values again. Select this whole range. Conditional formatting. We have finished all these things. Next, we will go to top 10 or sorry, top and bottom rules. For example, we want to highlight only top 10 values. Okay, top 10 values. Click on this option. Then you will be able to edit this top 10. We'll be able to highlight only top 5 or only top 3 or top 10, top 100, top 1000 values, whatever it might be. Okay, for example, I'll just select top 7. Okay, click on OK. Now you will find that top 7 highest values are now highlighted. Similarly, if I just select the whole range, go to conditional formatting, top bottom rules, bottom 10 values. Okay, bottom, how many values do we have? Bottom 7 again. Okay, click on OK. I'll change the color to green. Click on OK. Now you will see bottom 7 values are now highlighted with the green color. Similarly, these are the just numerical values, correct? The next option is top 10% and bottom 10%. What exactly is this top 10%? If you just click on that top 10%, it will ask for top 10, or you can write anything here, top 5 values, for example. Okay, I'll just copy this and paste it somewhere else again as values. Now select that conditional formatting top 10. Now, if we just give 50 here, okay, 50 here, that means that will highlight top 50% of the values. Top 50% of the values will be highlighted now with any color that we use. For example, red text, only text. Okay, if I click on OK, you'll see top 50% of the values are highlighted with the red text. Okay, similarly, I'll select this conditional formatting. We have another option, that is bottom 10. Okay, now if I just give bottom 40, for example, and click on OK, you'll see that bottom 40 values got highlighted. Bottom 40 percentage of values got highlighted. Bottom and top percentages. Here it is top and bottom values. Okay. Next thing, I'll just select this, paste it as values. Okay. Next thing that we'll see is top and bottom rules, above average and below average. If we select above average, once we select all these range of cells at the bottom, you will be able to see the average value. So the average values of the selected range of cells starting from 10 till 150, the average value is 80, right? So this option is used to highlight all those values above 80, greater than 80. Okay, because 80 is the average for this data, this range of cells, correct? Now again, I'll just select anything, red border, for example, click on OK. So those cells will be highlighted where the values are greater than average of this data. Okay. Greater than average. Okay. Here similarly, less than average also will do. I'll select the whole data. Conditional formatting, top bottom rules, below average. I'll just select red color, the first option, click OK. So all those values which are less than 80 will be highlighted. Okay. Now this is how we use conditional formatting. We'll see some more options. Select the data, paste it as values, go to conditional formatting. Now we have data bars. Okay. Data bars. What exactly are these data bars? Data bars are nothing but the whole cell will be filled with some or the other data bar based on the value. For example, in this data bars, I'll choose this red color, for example, okay, or this pink or blue. Okay, I'll choose this one, click on that, you'll see that all those cells are now highlighted with the data bars based on the value that they hold. Okay, for example, this, if you observe this 150 value, it is highlighted with the complete data bar. I mean, the whole cell is highlighted with the data bar. When you see the same thing for 20 or 30, whatever it is, only some portion of the cell is highlighted with this data bar. Why is that? Because in the range of cells that we have selected, 150 is the maximum value, that is the highest value. That's why the cell is completely filled with the data bar. Now if we just see here 70 or 80, okay, these are at the 50% around, approximately 50% when compared with the 150 value, right? So 75 value will be the 50% of 150. So that's the reason why these cells are highlighted with half of this data bar. For example, I'll change this 70 to 75. Okay, now you'll observe that this cell is exactly filled with half data bar. Okay, so based on the value, data bars will be assigned. So these are data bars. Okay, next I'll select the whole data, copy, paste it as values. Okay, now we'll see color scales. Data bar is, that's it, nothing else related to data bars. We can change the colors, that's it. Next comes to color scales. What exactly are these color scales? This is the combination of colors. Okay, combination of colors, multiple colors are used to highlight those cell values. For example, I'll choose the first one. Okay, if you observe, the color scales are the combination of red, yellow and green. For the highest values, it will be assigned with green color, and from the mid values, yellow color, and from the bottom values, red colors. So this is the color scales. That means we can the combination of colors. Okay, for example, I'll just select this whole data, go to conditional formatting. Inside this color scales, I'll click on more rules. Okay, more rules. Then we can, I mean, from this drop down, we'll be able to choose. It might be two colors or three colors. For now, it was only three colors, right? That is red, yellow, and green. Now, if we just select from this drop down two color scale, okay, and we can customize the colors from here. First color will be yellow, for example. Second color will be black. Okay, let's go with this combination and click on OK. You'll see that all the lowest values will be highlighted with yellow color, and as it moves on, all the highest values will be highlighted with the black color. Okay, So this is how color scales are used. Now, next thing, select this, paste it as values. And the next thing that we have is icon sets. Okay, icons. So we'll assign icons for each of these values. Okay, how do we assign and how does that look? For example, we want to assign this arrows. Okay, how many arrows do we have? Three arrow, right? This is called three arrows colored. Okay, choose a set of icons to represent the values in the selected cells. If you just click on this, you'll see that for each number, you'll find an icon assigned to it. Okay, for example, how many values do we have? 15 values, correct? 15 values will be divided into three groups. Okay, because we have chosen three icons, all these 15 values will be divided into three groups. Bottom 10 will be highlighted with this particular red down arrowed icon, and mid 5 values will be highlighted with the orange color, which shows towards right. And this, I mean, the rest of the 5 values will be highlighted with the green color upward arrow. Okay, similarly, for example, I'll choose all of this and paste it here as values. Now I'll just go to conditional formatting and choose icon sets, more rules, and we'll get to see this pop-up where we can select the formatting style, that is icon sets, and icon styles we'll be able to select from any of these options. Okay, for example, we want to highlight the thing with 4 colors now. Okay, 4 colors and show icons only. We'll come to these two options, that is reverse icon order and show icons only. Now we have 4 values, 4 colors icons, right? Now we'll be able to specify the conditions. Okay, this type should be changed to number because we are dealing with the numbers only. When we are dealing with the percentages, the type should be percent. Okay, number, and this one also number. Now the condition is when the value is uh, greater than or equal to 100 or 120, for example. Okay, greater than or equal to 120, we will be assigning with green color. You can change this icons from this drop down list. You can choose any of this icon, right? So by default, these are the 4 colors that we have. Next, when it is less than 120 and greater than or equal to 70, let's take. Okay, now for those values, orange color icon will be highlighted. Now next, when it is greater than less than 70 and greater than or equal to 40. Okay, there we'll get to see the red icon, and whichever value is less than 40, that will be highlighted with the black icon. Okay, like this. Clear with this? I'll just click on OK. You'll see that all these 15 values are now divided into 4 groups because we have selected 4 icons, and based on that value, the icon color will be aligned. Okay, so this is how we use conditional formatting. We can obviously customize things. For example, okay, this is highlighted as color scales. That is 2 color scales. I'll just name this 2 color scales. These are 3 icon sets. Okay, sorry, these are 3 icon sets. Next, this is the 4 icon sets. Okay, now for example, let's take some values. Okay, let's take these 2 values, age and salary. I'll copy this, go to conditional formatting sheet. I will paste it somewhere here. Okay, I'll paste them as values, paste it as values. Now, for example, we want to use, I'll just select these 2 columns, go to conditional formatting, click on new rule. Okay, new rule, we have how many options? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options here. We have seen first 5. Everything is same. That is, format all cells based on the value, 2 color scales, 3 color scale, whatever it is. Format only cells that contains cell value between whatever it might be top value or bottom value not equal to, less than, greater than, everything. Like this, we have seen top or bottom marked, sorry, ranked. After that, we have seen above or below average. After that, unique or duplicate. The last thing that we have not seen is use a formula to determine which cells to format. Okay. Till now, we have used it direct buttons. Now we'll use a formula to format things. For example, we want to format all those in these two columns that are selected. We want to highlight uh, greater than 30 age and greater than 10,000, greater than 50,000, these numbers. Okay. We want to highlight two things. I'll just close this and mention the conditions here. For example, this is the age column and this is the salary column, right? So now our condition is highlight those cells where age is greater than 40. At the same time, salary greater than 50,000, for example. Okay, so these two are the conditions, and based on these two conditions, we want to highlight those cells. Now I'll just select this whole range of data, go to conditional formatting, click on new rule. Okay, and the last option that we see is this thing, use a formula to determine which cells to format. Here I'll just mention those two conditions. And the thing is, whenever we work with multiple conditions, we use AND function. Okay, the formula will be equal to AND, right? We are checking for multiple conditions. Open bracket. Now we need to select the first cell. Okay, first cell in the age column. This value should be greater than 40. That is our first condition, correct? Now, the second condition is this particular value, 36, should be greater than 50,000. Okay, close this, and formatting options, we'll choose the color, fill with orange color, click on OK. Okay, now click on OK. You'll find that those cells are highlighted where age is greater than 40 and salary is greater than 50,000. Okay, like this. If you just scroll down, you'll find more values which are highlighted where the age is greater than 40 and salary is greater than 50,000. Clear with this? How to use a formula to determine or to highlight the cell rules? Yes? All right. So this is all about conditional formatting. Okay. Next topic that we'll see is data validation. So first we'll see what exactly is data validation. After that, we'll see what are all the options do we have and where can we find this data validation option. So first thing, what is data validation? Data validation allows you to restrict the types of data or values that user can enter into a cell. Okay, I'll just write the definition here. Allows you to restrict the type of data that we can enter into a cell. Okay, that means just we are restricting. For example, we want to have only whole numbers in this selected range of cells. That thing can be highlighted. Only that thing can be applied as a rule for these range of cells. So other than the whole numbers, if you enter any value here in this highlighted range of cells, that cell will not take that value. Okay, an error will pop up. Okay, so using data validation, you can you can set rules. For example, like I said, whole numbers between 5 and 20, for example. Other than 5 and 20, other than numbers between 5 and 20, we cannot enter any other value in that cell. Okay, so like that we can set rules. After that, we can create drop downs. Okay, we can create drop downs for any particular cell. After that, we can also prevent invalid entries. Okay, prevent invalid entries. So sorry, Rolex, just paste it here. Control V. So prevent invalid entries. At the same time, show input messages and error alerts. Okay, using data validation, we will be able to set rules. After that, create drop downs. After that, prevent invalid entries. Then we will be able to also show input messages and then error alerts. Okay, so this is the basic understanding of data validation. Now let's see where exactly can we find this data validation option. Okay, so just go to data tab here. After that, in data tools group, you see this small icon which says data validation. So this is the option used for data validation. If you just click on this icon, you'll be, there's a small pop-up that's visible here. That is nothing but data validation. We have three tabs: settings, input messages, and error alerts. We'll come to this second and third tab. First, we'll talk about the settings. Okay. All right. So first, we'll select the whole range of cells where we want to apply some data validation rules. For example, these cells. Okay. E1 to E10. Okay. I'll just put some borders just for not to miss the cells. Okay, so in these cells we want to apply some condition. Okay, I'll just select these range of cells, go to data tab, and inside this click on this data validation. Now in settings we have two options here, right, which allows any value. By default, any value can be allowed in this range of cells, right? Now if we just select whole number, okay, whole number, that means in this range of cells that we have selected, only whole numbers should be allowed. Okay, whole numbers. And this second drop down you see here, data. After that, if I just click on this drop down, we have between, not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to options. Okay, from this, if we just select equal to, okay, and in the value if I just write 50 and click on OK. So remember these things, it should be a whole number which is equal to 50, right? If we click on OK here, now see, if any of this cell, if we enter 50, it will take 50, it will take 50, it will take, right? Now if we enter any other whole number other than 50, for example 10, it will throw an error. Okay, it will throw an error for 10, or any other value 100, it will throw an error. Other than 50, if we enter some text also, ABC, enter, it will throw an error. That means we are restricting the data type in this range of cells. Okay, in this range of cells that we have selected, only 50 should be entered. Okay, now I'll just insert a value here, just a second. Okay, sorry, select this, insert a value, shift cells down. I'll just write the heading as whole numbers in brackets only 50. Okay, just paste it here. Okay, so in this range of cells, we'll be able to enter only 50 value. Right now, next thing we have is, I'll just select again these range of cells. Now I'll go to data validation, click on this. Now, next thing, whole number. After that, from this drop down, I'll just select not between or between. Okay, between. It is asking for minimum and maximum value. If I just give, for example, 10 here in the minimum and 100 in the maximum, and click on OK. Remember this rule, whole number between 10 and 100. Click on OK. That means basically it should only allow 10, greater than 10 values and less than 100 values. Okay, now if I just enter any value, 40 for example, it will take 50, it will take 55, 65, 99 also it will take. Okay, but if we try to enter any value which is less than 10 or greater than 100, for example 101, enter, see, there is an error. The value doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. That means in this range of cells, we'll be able to enter only those values which are which are greater than 10 and less than 100. Okay, I'll just simply write this as greater than 10 and less than 100. Okay, Understood this? Now I'll apply border to this also. Next, I'll just select these range of cells now. Okay. Now go to data tab, click on data validation, and now I'll just click on whole number again. Now from this drop down, if I just select, for example, greater than or equal to, okay, greater than or equal to value is, for example, 100. Remember this rule, whole number which is greater than or equal to 100. Okay, click on OK. Now, if we just enter any value which is greater than 100, for example, 110, it will take 120, it will take 1 lakh, it will take 10 lakhs, also it will take. But it will not take any value which is less than 100. Okay, like this, for example, if I enter 90, enter, see there is an error. This value doesn't match with the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, if we just click on retry, it will ask for you to re-enter the value. For example, now this time I'll enter 101, it will take. If I enter 99 also, it won't take. Okay, even if we enter 100 also, it won't take. I mean, okay, we have mentioned greater than or equal to, right? So 100 value it will take. Okay, so this thing is greater than or equal to 100. Understood this? Yes, I'll just format this here, format painter here. Okay, so next thing, I'll select the range of cells again. Okay, I'll go to data tab, data validation. In this any value, now I'll just select the second option, that is decimal. Okay, decimal also same thing. There is another drop down, that is between, not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. If we just select, for example, less than or equal to, we have to give the decimal number now here. For example, if I give 1.5 or 10.5, okay, now these cells will allow only those decimal numbers which are less than or equal to 10.5. Okay, let's try this. Now, if we just enter any value which is greater than 10.5 or less than 10.5, first let's try that. For example, 9.9, it will allow. Okay, 8.9, 8.5, 7.5, any value that is less than 10 will be allowed. Okay, for example, if I enter any value which is greater than 10 now, okay, for example, 11.2, right? It throws an error. This value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for the cell. So like this, we will be able to define or restrict the type of the data or value of the data that needs to be entered into a cell. Okay, I'll just name this as decimal number less than or equal to 10.5. Okay, so this was our rule. All right, so let's go to home, format painter. I'll just format this. All right, so next I'll apply borders for these cells, just to remember till where exactly did we apply the rules. So I'll just select another set of range of cells, go to, sorry, data tab, data validation. Okay, now click on list. Okay, list. That means if we have some list of names, for example, I just close this, and for example, we have list of names A, B, C, D. This is how we create a drop down. Okay, this cell now doesn't have any drop down. I'll just name this as drop down. Okay, for example, we have a list here A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Okay, in that drop down that we are going to create, we want all of these options, all of these values, right? Now I'll go here. Okay, go to data validation, select the list, and it is asking for source. Source is nothing but will just select these range of cells where our data is present, where our list of values is present. Okay, select only these range of cells. Now click on OK. Now if you observe, the previously there was no drop down that is present for this particular cell. Now, if we see, whenever we select this particular cell, you will see a drop down. Okay. If you just click on this drop down, the values will be starting from A and ending with G, right? Because those are the values that are present inside our list, right? Now, for this particular cell, we have the drop down. Okay. Now, if you just select this, I mean, if you just go to the bottom right of the cell, you will find a plus symbol, black color plus symbol. Just click on it, double click on it, drag it to the bottom. Okay. Now, this data validation rule that was applied for the first cell will be applied to all the other cells also. If you just go to any other cell, right, you'll see a drop down. Okay. From this drop down, we can select the values like this. D, C, sorry, D again, A, B, whatever it might be, right? So like this, we'll be able to create a drop down. Now, for example, we don't have the list. Okay. We don't have the list and we want to create a drop down here. Okay. Now, how do we create? Select the cell, go to data tab, data validation. Now here, just select the list. But in source, previously we have selected the range of cells where we have the list of values, right? Now, if we just want a drop down where we have the values as north, south, east, and west. Okay. North, south, east, and west. If we don't have a drop down, I'll just directly enter those values here like this. North, comma, south, comma, east, comma, west. Okay, so these are the four options that should be present in our drop down list. Directly we can enter these values also like this. Now click on OK, right? Now you will see a drop down that is present for this particular cell, and inside this drop down you will find north, south, east, and west. Okay, clear with this? Now if we just select this cell and drag it to bottom, for all those cells, that validation rule will be applied. Okay. Now this is also drop down. Okay. And we can select any value from that list. For example, south or east, north, or whatever it might be. Okay. So that is how we go for, we can create drop down lists. Okay. I'll just apply some borders just to remember what exactly, till where exactly do we have that rules. Okay. Now, next thing, select the range of cells, go to data, data validation. Now, next option that we have is date. Okay. Date. Again, there are some other options in the drop down list between, not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. For example, if we just select between and start date is 1/1/2025, end date is 1/1/2000, sorry, 31/1/2025. That is starting from January 1st till the end of January. That is 31st January. Click on OK. The date you entered for the end date is invalid. Why is it invalid? Okay. So the thing here in Excel is, by default, whenever we enter some date value, for example, today's date is 26/5/2025. Now this will be in the format of MMDDYYYY. Okay. MMDDYYYY. Okay, this will be the date format by default in any Excel. So we need to change that date format into DDMMYYYY, or just go here, data validation, select that date, start date 1/1/2025, end date. Now here if I just give 1/31/2025, that is month, day, and year format. Now click on OK. Now that data validation rule is applied for this cell. Now if you just enter any value which is not in the January month 2025, that value will not be allowed here. Okay, how is that? Let's try with an example. If we just enter 1/25/2025, that is 25th January 2025, that value will be allowed. Now, for example, if I enter 5/25/2025, okay, okay, this value should not be allowed. Let's check the data validation rules. Or else let's change the type, going to text to columns. Next, next. Just change this MDY to DMY, finish. Okay. Now if we just enter 5/25 2025, it is still taking. Why is it still taking? Okay, let's check the validation rules again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data? Okay, we have, if I just delete these values and copy these data validation to all of these rules. Now let's try to 2025. See, so we have applied data validation to only this top cell, right? That's why all of these cells are allowing the data, which is other than January, right? For example, now I have just copied this data validation to all the below rows, right? Now if we enter any other date, sorry, any other date, which is not in the January month, it will not allow. Okay. So let's try 1/1 or 1/2 2025. It is taking, this is January 2nd 2025. The format is MDYYYY. All right, so this is how we create validations for dates for Jan month. Okay, clear with this? All right, so next thing that we'll see is, for example, here I want to, let's apply some borders here. Go to home, apply borders. All right, now here in this cells, I'll just delete this. Okay, now here in this particular cells, particular range of cells, now let's go back to again data, data validation. Now let's select time. Very similar to date, we have time also. Start time, for example, we'll just write it as 3 semicolon 30 semicolon 00. That means start time will be 3:30 and end time, if I just mention 15:30 00. That means starting from 3:30 a.m. till 3:30 p.m. Only those values will be allowed in this range of cells that we have selected. Click on OK. Now see, if we just enter 4:30:00, that will take, that will be accepted. If I just enter 2:00:00, that will not be accepted, because the rule that we have applied is it should accept only those values which are greater than 3 a.m. sorry 3:30 a.m. and less than 3:30 p.m. Okay, so that is how we do it. Let's cancel this, and the heading will be time between 3:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Okay, so that is the validation rule, how we apply. Now next thing, I'll just add borders here. Next, I will just select, okay, another column. Okay, for example, this column, or let's see this column. Okay, for example, I have selected this column, this range of cells. Went to, sorry, data, data validation. Now after time, like this, in time and date also we can select between, not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or less than, and equal, sorry, less than or equal to. Next thing we have is, after time we have text length. Okay, text length between, for example, if I give 1 uh, as minimum and 5 as maximum. Okay, so the text length should be in between 1 and 5. Okay, click on OK. Now if you enter, for example, ABC, that will be accepted. Okay, next if you enter any text length that is greater than 5, okay, or less than 1, less than 1 is not possible, so any text length greater than 5, like this ABC, for example, DEF, enter, it will not be accepted. Why? Because in our condition we have given that text length should be in between 1 and 5. Okay, this was our condition. That's why it's not accepting the values. Okay, let's see the other things. Format painter, text length. Okay, now this is the range tableau. Okay, now in this range of cells, I'll select the range of cells, go to data, data validation. Now from this drop down, I'll select text length and explore any values again. Less than, greater than, for example, greater than, and minimum value that should have is 5, for example. Click on OK. Remember this condition, text length greater than 5. Okay, text length greater than 5, only those values will be allowed here. For example, if I just enter A, B, C, D, E, F, that will be accepted. Now text length below 5 characters is not, it will not be accepted. For example, ABC. Okay, ABC will not be accepted. Clear with this? Yes. Now the rule was text length should be between, sorry, greater than 5. Okay, this is our condition. Next. Sorry, I'll apply tables. Sorry, apply borders and condition format painter. Here it is. Okay. Next thing, I'll just select the range of cells, go to data, data validation. Now here, the last thing we have is custom. Okay. In this custom, we'll be able to write the formulas to specify the conditions. We'll come to this, but before formulas, we'll see input messages and error alerts. Okay. In this custom, I'll choose, for example, text length. Okay. Text length between uh, 2 characters and maximum is 5 characters. Okay. 2 and 5. Any value, any text length that is in between 2 and 5 will be accepted. Now let's go to input message. Okay, input message. It is asking for this. I mean, you see a small checkbox here that says show input message when cell is selected. That means whatever input message that we give here, that will be shown when that particular cell is selected. Okay, title, for example. What was our rule? Text length should be greater than 2 and less than 5, correct? I'll just mention text length here in the title. Okay, or rules for text length, rules on text length, and input messages length should be between 2 and 5. Okay, text length should be between 2 and 5. Just click on OK here. Right now, whenever you select any cell from that range of cells, you see there is a small input box that is visible where it says rules on text length. Next, the message is text length should be between 2 and 5. So this input message is used, whenever you give this sheet to someone new, they need to understand what exactly are the rules that are applied for this particular cell. Okay, so this shows the um, actually this is not mandatory to apply, but this is useful or helpful. Okay, it shows a message when that cell is selected. Show input message when that cell is selected. Title and input message can be customized. Okay, for example, this whole numbers, right, or this numbers, the rule was greater than 10 and less than 100, right? I'll just select this, go to data validation. Okay, so this is the rule. Now I'll go to input message. Here I'll just give the title as um, whole numbers. Okay, input message should be greater than 10 and less than 100. Okay, in whole numbers should be greater than 10 and less than 100. If I just click on OK, now whenever you select any cell, right, that message will be visible here. Okay, clear with this? That is the use of this input message. I'll just go here, data validation. What was our rule? Minimum text length should be 2 and 5. Okay, so this is how we use input message. If I click on OK here, and apply borders, and if we give ABC or ABD, whatever it is, that length will be accepted. Now if we give only one character, okay, only one character, that is only a, click on enter, that will not be accepted. Okay, V, that will also be accepted because between 2 and 5, it can be also 2, it can be also 5. Okay, so length, okay, I'll name this as input message. Okay, so these are the rules. Now next thing, for example, I'll just select these range of cells. Let us first apply the borders to be more clear. Select these cells, apply the borders. Now I'll go to data validation. Okay, now settings, any value I'll choose, for example, list, source, north, south, east, west. Okay, so we are creating a list with these options. Now I'll just go to input message, select, title. I'll show as there is a drop down list, and the message, select one value from drop down only. Okay, now I'll just go to error alert here. Now again, similar to input message, we have a checkbox here that says show error alert after invalid data is entered. Okay, for example, here the rule is text length should be 1 and 5. Okay, between 1 and 5. Now if you just enter, for example, 456 is, and click enter, that will not allow that value, correct? That means it shows an error. This is called an error. The pop-up here that's appearing is called an error. By using that error alert option in the data validation, we will be able to customize this text that is appearing inside this error alert. Okay, for example, I'll close this. I'll select these range of cells, go to data validation. Now settings, for example, list, we have selected source, north, south, east, west. Okay, I'll go to error alert or input message first. The title will be mm, directions. Okay, directions. Next input message will be select from the drop down list only. Now I'll go to error alert tab. Here show error after error alert after invalid data is entered. Now we have three kinds of styles here. First is stop, second is warning, third is information. If you just select stop, title, what was the, okay, for example, title north, east, south and west. Okay, error message, choose one from drop down only. The short form we use for the drop down is DD. Choose one from drop down only. If I just click enter here, now see what happens. There is an drop down created, south, north, east and west for every cell in this range of cells, and there is an input message also that says whenever we select any particular cell in this range of cells, that says directions, select from the drop down list only. Okay, now if we enter any value other than that is present in that list, for example, north, east, okay, this value is not, this particular information is not present in the drop down list. Now if you just press enter, you see an error that has been customized according to us. The title that we have given is NESW, and the message or the information that we have given is choose one from the DD only. Okay, choose one from the DD only. If you just click on retry, you'll have an option to retry again. Okay, if we can select from this list, that will be accepted. If we don't want to select from that list and enter any value like this, north, west, for example, okay, and press enter, you'll see that customized error alert. Now I'll just close this. I'll just delete this value also. I will select these range of cells, go to data validation. I will remove this input message. Okay. Now for these cells, the input message will not be shown because I have unchecked this box. Okay. The rules were list north, south, east, and west. There is no input message. In error alert, now if I choose warning symbol, that is the second style. Okay. Previously, when we have used stop, we have got three options: retry, cancel, and help. Correct. Now, if we just select warning, click on OK, select, with the same title and error message, click on OK. Now, if we enter any other value like this Northwest and click enter, now see, previously it was an error symbol that's appearing. Now it is warning symbol where we have some different options. Yes, no, cancel, and help. Okay. If we want to continue, I'll just click on yes here. Then that value will be accepted in that cell. Okay, northwest will be accepted in that particular cell. Clear with this? Let's try it again. Okay, for example, there is no value here. I'll just select these cells, go to data validation. In the error alert, we have chosen warning. Okay, I'll change this title. I'll just write it as direction rules. Okay, direction rules. It can be anything. Based on our requirement, we can customize that also. Choose one from drop down list. This is fine. Okay, right? I'll just click on OK here. Now, if we just enter north, east, or northwest, or any other value which is not available in the drop down list, for example, ABC, click enter. See, there is a warning sign with two options: yes, no, cancel, help. Okay. Choose one from drop down list. Now it is asking for continue, whether to continue or not. Yes or no. If you just click on yes, this ABC value that you have entered, which is not in the drop down list, will be accepted in that cell. Okay. Now, next thing, for example, I'll just again enter some other value, ABES, whatever it might be. Enter. We have clicked. Once we click on yes, that value will be accepted. Now, what happens if we click on no? Okay. If we just click on no, see, again, it is asking to edit. Okay. That means retry, right? So that is the use of error alert warning symbol. Now, for example, I'll select this cells, go to data validation. Now change this warning to information. Okay. With the same title, same error message, click on OK. Now see what happens if we try to enter any other value which is not available in that drop down list. For example, Ashok IT. Click on enter. Now see the error alert style has changed to information. Choose one from the drop down list. Okay. Click on OK. We don't have multiple options here. We have only one option, that is click on OK. Okay. That value will be accepted too. Okay. In the warning and information styles, the values can be accepted. But in the error alert stop style, that values will not be will not be accepted. That process will be terminated there itself. Okay. So that is how we use data validation. I'll just name this as rules with error alerts. Okay. Rules with error alerts. All right. So that is how we use data validation. Okay. And that is all about data validation. Next thing that we'll see is pivot tables and pivot charts. So after data validation, we will see what pivot tables are. Okay. Pivot tables. Pivot tables in Excel is a very powerful tool which allows you to summarize and analyze the data more efficiently and effectively. Okay. Summarize and analyze the data more effectively. Okay. What is this summarization of data? For example, we have 1,000 rows in our data, right? To analyze that kind of data, we need to go to each and every row and check the values, right? So that is very time taking process. So that's why we go for pivot tables. Okay, so using pivot tables, we can summarize and analyze the data more efficiently and effectively. Now, why exactly do we use this pivot tables? Why? Okay, so like I said, to summarize is the first thing. Okay, next is this automatically groups the data, groups data, and automatically calculates the aggregate functions. Okay, aggregate functions like sum, average, count, max, min, etc. Okay, next thing, this is used to filter the data dynamically. We'll see how this can be done in some time. So just for your understanding, why exactly do we use pivot tables? First, summarize. Next, automatically, this pivot table automatically groups the data. Next, automatically calculates the aggregate functions of the data like sum, average, count, min, max, and etc. Okay. Next thing, filter and slicing the data dynamically. Okay. Slicing is another concept that is very, very similar to filters. Okay. After that, comparing the data across categories. Okay. Comparing the data across categories and time also. Next, create quick reports and dashboards. Okay. For using, for creating the quick reports and dashboards also, we go for pivot tables and pivot charts. Okay. So these are all the reasons why we use pivot tables. Okay. So let's take an example and then we'll see and we'll understand how these things works and what are all the options do we have in pivot tables. So for example, we have this sample data. Okay, let me apply a border for this first. All right. So let's see this example. We have a sample data where we have date column, region column, salesperson, product, category, unit sold, unit price, customer type, and total sales. So on total, how many rows do we have? 1,000 rows, right? Now, for example, if someone comes to us and asks how many sales have been done in East region alone, okay, how many sales have been done in East region alone? Is that possible with this long data to check for each and every row and simplify the aggregate function that is sum of total sales? Is that possible? No, right? So that's why we go for pivot tables, which is the summarized version of this whole data. Okay. Now, how do we insert that pivot table? Just click inside the data, go to insert tab. The first option that we see is pivot table. Click on that and this shows up a small pop-up where we have multiple options. The first option is select a table or a range. Okay, by automatically, if we click inside the data and then inside the insert the pivot table, the range is automatically selected. Okay, you can see that here the range starts from A1 till I1001. That is from 1,000 rows, it is picking up the range. Okay. Next, this is used as use an external data source. When we have some external data source, that is, we create some connections for those data sources, then we use this option. After that, we have choose where you want to insert this pivot table. Okay. Whether it is in the new worksheet or existing worksheet. I'll just select new worksheet, click on OK. See all the regions, all the fields that are available in our table appears here. Okay. Fields in the pivot table are nothing but columns. Okay. Fields in the pivot table are nothing but the columns. Now, if you observe, how many columns do we have in our table? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 columns. Correct. Starting from date till total sales. Here also, starting from date till total sales, we have all the columns that are present in our table. So, right, this is called pivot table fields. Below it, we have 4 regions or 4 areas, right? Filters area, columns area, values area, and rows area. Now, this rows part, this area, this region is used to visualize things row wise. Okay, row wise calculations, row wise grouping. Okay, that's why we go for this rows area. Next, columns. If we want to summarize our data column wise, then we'll use this option. In these values, we'll just drag and drop any column just to calculate the aggregate functions: sum, count, average, minimum, maximum, and so on. And this filters area is used to filter things. Okay, for example, we have category column. Okay, category column. In this, we have two categories: accessories and electronics. If we want to see the data only related to accessories column, we drag this category column into this filters area, and then we'll be able to filter easily, right? So this is nothing but the pivot table fields. Okay, now here you see this is a small model of how pivot table looks like. Now, if we just drag and drop these columns into these four areas wherever it is possible, and whichever represents the correct thing, accurate thing, then pivot table will be formed here. Okay, so let's go through. I have some sample questions here. Let's go through one by one and try to answer these questions. First thing, show total sales by region. Okay, total sales by region. Here we are using two columns. One is total sales column, after that region column. Now the question was show total sales by each region. So then we have to show the data row wise, correct? Then we'll just drag and drop this region into rows and total sales into values. Okay, total sales column into values area here, just drag and drop region column into rows, total sales column into values here. Then the data, the whole data, whatever number of rows we had 1,000 rows, correct? All those 1,000 rows will be summarized and grouped by rows, that is region. Clear with this? Just grouping all those total sales by region: east, north, south, and west. In east region, we have how many sales? How many total sales? 4654,607.77. If we just apply filters in our raw data, okay, apply filters in the raw data and just only filter east region. Okay, east region, click on OK. Now select the whole total sales column. On the bottom right, you will be able to see the sum: 465460.77. See, that's the value that we have got here also, 465460.77. So this is how this pivot table works. Okay, summarizing the data. Next question. This is clear? All right. So next question, let's go here. Let's remove these filters. Now, show total units sold by products. Total units sold by product. Okay, that means we are now grouping. I mean, we have to now group products, right? Now, unit sold and product. These two are the columns that we are going to use inside this pivot table. Now, I'll just remove region and place product here. Okay, we need to show product wise units sold, right? Now we have dragged and dropped this product column into rows. I'll just remove this sum of total sales and now drag unit sold column into values here. Now see, the data is summarized based on the products, I mean grouped by based on the products and units sold, right? For each product, how many number of units sold, right? That is the answer for this particular question. This is the answer for that particular question. Okay. Now, one more thing to remember here is whenever we drag some numeric columns, okay, now what is that meaning of numeric column? We have total sales, unit price, unit sold. So all of these are nothing but numeric columns where the data is completely numerical. Okay, similarly we have text columns, that is category, product, salesperson, region, right, and customer type. These are all the text columns. Similarly we have date column also, right? Now the point is whenever we drag this numeric columns into values, by default this calculates the sum of those values. Okay, now for example we have dragged and dropped units sold into values. So the by default the aggregate function it is putting on that column is sum. Okay, now second question answered, product wise number of units sold. Okay, that is our second question. Next, third one, find the average unit price by category. Find the average unit price by category. Now, how do we, customize this pivot table? I'll just remove this product and unit sold. Now I'll just drag and drop. What was the question? Average unit price by category. Unit price column and category column. Okay. So I'll just drag and drop this category into rows. After that, unit price into values. Now, like I said, we have two categories. And one more important point that I've said is whenever we drag and drop some numeric column into values, that automatically calculate by default calculates sum, right? Now, how to change that sum to average? The question was to calculate average of unit price, right? Now we have this sum. You see a small drop down here. Yes. If you just click on this and go to value field settings, click on that. Now you'll be able to see this aggregate functions. By default, this will be sum. Now change that to average. Okay. Change that to average. Click on average. Click on OK. See now for each category, average unit price is in front of us. Okay. Is calculated automatically. Clear with this? Third question, find the average unit price by category. We have two categories and this is our average unit price. Next, show total sales by month and region. Total sales by month and as well as region. Till now, we have used only one condition, right? Total sales by region, total units sold by product, average unit price by category. Now there are two conditions, okay? By month and also by region, right? How do we do that? We have a date column, correct? Right? Now to extract month from that date column, we'll add a new column in the raw data that is month. Okay, month and year also, for example. Okay, adding a new column. Then here I'll just write equal to text is the function that is used to convert any value into any required format. In the value that is the first input, I'll select this date and which format do we want the output to be in? I want the output to be in MMM, one more M, if that is fine, dash YYYY. Okay, so the output will be now in this format, August 2024. From this particular date, we are extracting month and year, right? Now, like this, we'll be able to apply the same thing for the all rows. Now, let's go to pivot table and refresh the data. Okay, for example, just a second, go to data tab and refresh all. Okay, now if you observe, okay, there is no data. All right, no issues. From table or range, or let's insert one more pivot table, that is also fine. Okay, go to pivot table because we have added one more column. I'll just copy this format and apply here. Apply the borders also. Okay, or else let's convert this whole table into actual table format. Okay, how do we do that? Select the whole data and press Ctrl T, click on OK. Now, once the data is converted into proper table format, go to the sheet. Now click on data and refresh all. You will see that newly created column will appear here. Okay, where is that? Month and year. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, so basically it should show this thing. Okay, no issues. Let's insert one more pivot table. Go to insert, pivot table, click on OK. All right, so now you should get the newly created column in this fields. So we should also get here to data, refresh all. Okay, no issues. So newly we have inserted one more pivot table and now the question is total sales by month and region. Okay, so we need to drag and drop this total sales into values. After that, this month and year into rows. Then we'll get month-wise total sales. After that, the region column into columns. Now see what happens once we drag region into columns. We have four regions, north, east, south, and west. All of those four regions, four values will be aligned with each one of the column like this. For east, separate column. For north, separate column. South and west, separate columns. Right? Now this table shows or represent total sales month wise and also region wise. Okay, clear with this? All right. Next, fifth question. Top five salesperson by total sales. Top five salespersons by total sales. For example, let's modify this same table. I'll just remove these columns from here and just drag and drop total sales because we want sum of sales and top five. And based on salesperson, correct? Okay, we have how many salesperson? Okay, we have so many salesperson. Is that the question? Top five salesperson by total sales. All right, whatever it might be. How many salespersons do we have? Let's check. Okay, just check here. Select. We have how many? 996 salespersons. Right now, if we just want to show top five, right? We have dragged and dropped salesperson into rows area, total sales into values area. Now, if how to show only top five. Okay, first uh, you know, let's sort this total sales values in descending order. That is largest to smallest. How can we do that? Okay, select these cells, right click, you'll find the sort option. Okay, sort from largest to smallest. Why is this not coming? Select sort largest to smallest. Okay, click on this. All the values now, all the total sales values are now sorted in descending order. That is largest to smallest. Now, what is the question? To show only top five salespersons, right? Now, here this table now shows all the 997 values, 997 values for the salespersons, right? Now, how to filter only five? You see this small, drop down here, right? Beside row labels, you see a small drop down. Just click on that. Now you will find value filters. Okay. Value filters is the option to select when we want to filter top 5, top 10, top 15, whatever it might be. Not only top 15, here you see the other options also. Equal, does not equal, greater than, less than, between, not between. The last option is top 10. If we just click on that, you can customize this number to only 5. Just change that by using this drop down things. We can change this top to bottom also. The question was on top 5. So we are showing top 5 items by total sales values. Okay. Now click on OK. Now the table will be summarized to show only top 5 values. Okay. So this is how we do that. How did we do that? Let's see the step-by-step things again. Now this is the raw data that we have. This is the pivot table that we have made at the starting, right? Select any one cell, any one value, right click, go to sort option, largest to smallest. Okay. Now after that, just go and click on this drop down, select value filters. After that, the last option that you see is top 10. Top 10, reduce that number to 5 and click on OK. You will find only top 5 salespersons based on the total sales value. Okay. Next, show total units sold for each product in each region. Two inputs again. I mean, two values to show again. Each product, each region, product and region, correct? Total units. I'll just drag total units, that is units sold column into values where it automatically calculates some aggregate function. Then we want product and also region. Product into rows, region into columns. We can do vice versa also. That is column into rows, product into columns. This is also same. This also shows the same information. Okay. So this is how it's done. Next, analyze sales trends over time. That is monthly total sales. Okay. How many months do we have? I'll just remove this region. and drag and drop this month and year. Okay, we have all the data starting from mm, May 2024. Okay, starting May 2024 till April 2025. Right now, how to show all of this data on a chart? Because we need to show the trend line, correct? Analyze sales trend over time. Okay, now how to show that? I'll just remove this product column, click inside this pivot table, go to insert or this pivot table analyze or design. Just go to insert, click on this pivot chart. Okay, pivot chart. Now to show the trend, always go for line chart because that is the best chart to show the trend, right? Click on line chart. You can select any line chart from here with markers, without markers, anything. I'll just select the basic one, first one, click on OK. Okay, now you'll observe that it shows a trend now, right? Based on the value in each of these months, how much is the total sales value that is shown. For example, I'll go here, select value filters. Sorry, not value filters. Select, right click and sort these numbers in largest to smallest. Now see how line changes, right? Based on the month, the line changes. Now if we just go to uh, sort A to Z, okay, that is starting from April till September, A to Z. The month names will be sorted from A to Z. That can also be done. Or we can sort from Z to A, that is the exact opposite of A to Z. After that, there is one more option, that is label filters. Okay, label filters. Here also we'll be able to filter things. Equal to, does not equal to, begin with, okay, end with, contains. So all of these things are available, right? So to show trend, always the very suitable chart will be line chart. Okay, so that is the thing. From this chart itself, we'll be able to filter things. For example, if you see here, right, you see this small month and year label here. If you just click on that, same thing again, you'll be able to filter things. If you want to show only data related to September and October 2024, just select those two, click on OK. Okay, click on OK. Now you'll be able to see only those 2 months data. Clear with this? All right. So that question is also answered. Next, show average units sold per product per region. Average units sold, same column in the values filter, sorry, values area. We need to calculate the average. How do we do that? Just click on this drop down, value field settings, select average from here, click on OK. Okay, now this aggregate function is now changed from sum to average. Now what was the question? Average units sold per product per region. I'll just drag and drop product here and region here, right? So based on the selection, the chart also changes. We have how many? 4 regions. Each color on this line chart represents each region. Okay, if we want to filter the products also, we can do that on the chart directly. Okay, like this. Clear with this? All right. Next, I'll just delete this pivot chart. Now let's go with pivot table only. So this is how it looks. Average units sold per product per region, right? Next question. Display total and average sales by customer type. Customer type, total and average sales. Okay, I'll just go here, remove this product and add customer type into rows. Columns, let's remove this. This is also removed. Total sales, at the same time, average sales also. Okay. Now I have dragged the same column 2 times into values, right? One is for showing sum and the other is for showing the average. Change this aggregate function to average, go to value field settings, select average, click on OK. See, one column is now showing sum of total sales, another column is now showing average of total sales, right? Clear with this? All right. Next thing, Identify the best selling product per region. Best selling product per region. Now, how do we, analyze this? Which column should be dragged where? Okay, we'll keep this total sales here itself in the values because we need to identify the best selling product per region. So I'll just drag and drop region here, product here. Okay, we have got the total sales based on product and region. Now, how to identify best selling product? Okay, based on the total sales. That means in each and every column, if we can just highlight the maximum number that shows the best selling product region wise. Yes, yes. How to do that? Highlighting maximum number. Okay, we'll select this first column, that is east region, all the products. Go to conditional formatting, click on highlight cell rules, or we want the maximum, right? So click on top bottom rules, go to the first option, that is top 10 items, and change this 10 to 1. Okay, then we'll be able to highlight the maximum value of total sales across the products. Now apply the same conditions for all of these columns. How? Just select the first column where we have applied conditional formatting. Go to format cell option here, sorry, format painter option here. Double click on the format painter and just select all of these rows. Sorry, all of these columns. This is how we highlight the same thing using format painter. Okay, clear with this? All right. Next. So for each product, for each region, these are the number of sales. Okay, that is simply the identifying the best selling product per region. Next, find which region has the highest average unit price. Which region has the highest average unit price? Which region have the highest product, sorry, highest average unit price? I'll just select this region and drag into rows. Next, I'll remove this sum of total sales, drag and drop unit price. Okay, it is asking for average unit price. I'll just select this sum and change it to average. Click on OK. Now see, for each region, we have got average of unit price. Now, how to identify the maximum one? Just go to formatting, conditional formatting, top 10, select only top one, highlight that cell using yellow or whatever color it might be. So we have identified top, average of unit price, maximum average of unit price per region. In which region it is? North. Okay. Next, determine the number of salesperson, region, and product type. Determine the number of sales per region and product type. Number of sales. Now comes the interesting part. Okay. Number of sales per region per product type. I'll just drag and drop region into rows, product type into columns. Okay, we have how many products? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 products, right? Now, what was the question? Number of orders, right? I can drag and drop any text column into values. Okay, so basically what happens is when we drag numeric column into values field here, the by default aggregate function is sum, correct? Now if we want to count that numbers, we can directly change that from the drop down value field settings, or we can just simply drag and drop the text data type into values here. Okay, now see what is it showing? Region wise, product wise count. Okay, count of orders simply. Next, determine the number of sales per region and product type. Simple. Okay. So this is how we show it. Next question. Create a chart comparing monthly total sales across customer type. Very similar thing when compared with the line chart that we have created. Okay. Monthly total sales across customer types. So customer types will be in the products Sorry, customer type will be in the columns. Next, month and year will be in the rows. I'll just remove this salesperson from the values and add total sales. Okay, we have got customer type wise, month wise, total sales. Now go to insert pivot chart. Okay. Now here just by using column chart or bar chart or line chart, we'll be able to show this data. Okay. If we just select column chart, click on OK. Now see what happens. Okay. So in the x-axis, we have got again month wise and year wise data. And in the y-axis, we have got total sales, right? Now you see there are two color bars here. Okay. Two color columns here. One is blue color and one is orange color. Those represents the values in that customer type column. We have two values only. One is retail, one is wholesale in that customer type column, right? So blue represents retail, orange represent wholesale. Okay. So that was the question. What was the question? Create a chart comparing monthly total sales across customer types. These are the two customer types that we have. Okay. The last question. Find which combination of region and product has the highest total sales. Okay. Very similar to this, where we have calculated find which region has the highest average unit price, right? Or not this one. Total average. Where did we calculate the top one or the maximum highest average price? Number of sales to display total average sales by customer average. Okay, no issues. We'll do that again. Find which combination of region and product has the highest total sales value. Region and product again. Remove this type, remove this month and year. Just add product into columns, region into rows. Okay, so we don't need to analyze this chart now. So the thing is, we need to identify which combination is the highest, right? That was the question. Which combination of region and product has the highest total sales, right? Now, if in this column, we'll just highlight the maximum value again by going here, top one item, click on OK. Now this combination of keyboard and south, okay, combination of keyboard and south has the highest value, right? Highest total sales. Now the question was across this whole thing, what is the maximum value? Okay, we have applied only for the keyboard column, but the question was across all the product categories, what is the highest number of sales and from which region it is? Go to select the data, go to conditional formatting. Now apply top bottom rules, top 10, top 1, select the color as green, for example, click on OK, right? Now this is the highest value. Okay. Now the combination is West and smartphones. This combination has the highest total sales. Clear with this? How to analyze things and how to create pivot tables and how to, apply conditional formatting on pivot tables. Yes. So that is all about pivot tables. Okay. So next thing that we'll see is how to create a report or a dashboard in Excel. Okay. I'll just rename these sheets. Pivot, pivot one. This is pivot data. All right. So the next thing we'll see is we'll take a raw data and then we'll try to create one dashboard. So now let us understand how to create a dashboard using Excel. Okay, for that, we have a sample data. Before that, we need to understand what exactly is a dashboard. Okay, dashboard is nothing but the combination of pivot charts. Okay, once we have all the pivot charts, I mean, whatever insights that we want to show, we will show that in pivot charts itself. Once we have all the pivot charts, then we will insert some slicers to it. Okay, slicers, if we insert four slicers, by default, there will not be any relationship between those tables and slicers. We will have to create some relationship between tables and slicers. That is the key moment. Sorry, that is the key and important point to remember while creating these dashboards. We'll see how is that done in some time. So first, let's go through the data. We have row ID, order date, ship date, ship mode, customer ID. So row ID is the unique column. That means none of these values are repeated more than once. Okay. Customer ID, customer name, segment, consumer segment, home office segment, or corporate segment. Three segments we have. Country column, city column, state column. In a similar way, we have postal code, region, north, south, east, west, product ID, category, subcategory, and sales. Okay. Based on this data set, I also have some questions. Okay. Now, number of orders placed by different states, overall growth, total, top selling categories or subcategories, top cities with most number of orders, type of customers in a company, most valuable customer, shipping mode based on the customers. So let us answer each one of these questions using pivot table and pivot charts. Then we'll open one more sheet and bring all those charts into that sheet and format it as a dashboard. Okay, first, the first question, number of orders placed by different states, right? So click anywhere inside this data, insert pivot table, click on OK. Now let us drag this sales into values. What was the question? Number of orders placed by different states. So not sum of sales. We'll just drag and drop row ID because this is a unique column. We get the exact count of orders based on where is the state column. State is here. Okay. Drag it to the rows. At the same time, now, okay. Till now, this pivot table shows number of orders for each state. Okay. Now let us drag and drop country column also into rows. Okay. Now what happened? United States is like this was it's like a table previously. Now it is a hierarchy. That is we have got the plus symbol. First it shows the country, and if we just press this plus symbol, now this United States is divided into all of the states. Okay. Now I'll just go here, country, click on the small drop down, field settings, layout and print. I'll just check these two boxes. One is show item labels in tabular format. Now, like I said, this is in the hierarchy format. This should be in a tabular format. Okay, that is this first option. Second option is repeat item labels. That means if you don't check this box, click on OK, you'll see that the hierarchy is now removed and it is in a tabular format. Okay, but United States is not repeated for each and every state. Now that is also an important thing. Go to country, drop down, field settings, layout and print, check this, repeat item labels. Click on OK. Now see what happened. United States is allocated to each and every state, and this C column shows number of orders for each state. Okay, now let us insert a map visual for this because this is the country and the state column. Okay, click anywhere inside this data, go to insert map visual. Okay, insert a map visual. Field map, you cannot create this chart type with data inside a pivot table. Okay, so the thing with map visual is we will not be able to create map visual if the data source is pivot table. Okay, we'll not be able to create a map visual if the data source is a pivot table. Now let us do one thing. I'll just copy this data till here, right? And I will just paste it as values here itself. Paste it as values. Okay, now using these two columns, country and state, I'll just select these two columns, go to insert, map visual, field map. Now see what happens. As soon as we click on that map visual, a model map is created for United States column, and it is completely filled because all of the states are present and there are orders from all of these states, right? Now, once the map is created, now let us change the data source to pivot table data. Okay, let us change the data source for to pivot table data. How to change that? Just select this chart, right click, you see an option called select data. Okay, once we check the once we click on that option select data, you'll see that chart data range. Where exactly is this chart or map taking the data from? Okay, that is taking the data from E4 cell till F52 cell. That is these two columns, correct? These two columns. Now let us change the data source. How? Right click, select data, just change this E and replace that with A. And just remove this F and replace that with C. And click on OK. Now see what happened, right? Now we have just changed the data source from these columns to pivot table data. Okay, now these columns are useless. Let's select them, delete. Right? Now this is the map visual where the data source is from pivot table. Now let us add data labels by using this chart elements. You see a small plus symbol here. This is called chart elements. Okay, we can add, remove, or modify titles, data tables, um, data labels, grid lines, or legends, whatever it might be. We can do everything here. Once we click on this plus symbol, you'll get to see data labels option. If you just click on that, all the data labels will be visible on the map itself. Okay, on the map itself. I'll just make the size bigger. Okay, so let us do one more thing also. We'll change this style, right? By just going into chart design, and we can select any of these styles, right? I'll select this darker one, or okay, let us select this one, darker one. Okay, now let us change the title also. Chart title, let's double click on that and remove everything and rename this as state wise orders. Okay, state wise orders. Let us add data labels again, data labels. Okay, now our first visual is ready, right? Now let us go to the second question. I'll change this sheet name as one. Okay, first question one. Second question, overall growth. How can we show overall growth? Whenever you see this word growth, pattern, or trend, that only means that we need to show that data in a line chart. Okay, line chart to show overall growth. That is, I'll just go here, insert a pivot table again, right? We have ship date, right? I'll use that column and drag it into rows. Then in values, I'll just drag sales column. Okay, so based on sales numbers, we are showing the growth. Once we drag this ship date column into rows, that forms a hierarchy. Okay, that forms a hierarchy. Same thing again, we have got the plus symbol. If you just press on that, you will be seeing quarters, right? After that, if you go to one more level, you will see months also in that quarters, right? Now let us try and do the same thing again. Okay, go here, years, field settings, layout and print, show item as labels in the tabular form, repeat item labels. Click on OK. What happened? Okay, years, sorry, where is that? I'll remove this ship date and add it again. Okay, let it be no issues. We will show this in the year wise only. Year wise overall growth based on the sum of sales values. Okay. If you want to show this in the quarter wise, we'll just remove this years from here. Okay, you will get the quarter wise elements. Now, if you want to show that month wise, for example, I'll just go here, remove this quarters. You'll get month wise sales. Okay, let us add that back, ship date. Now, select or click anywhere inside the table, go and insert line chart for that. Okay, I'll select this one, line with markers. Okay, this each point here, you see a small point on the line that represent that particular year in 2020, sorry, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 19. Okay, again we'll have to format this, add access titles if we want, grid lines remove, legend remove, trend line not needed, up and down bars, we just click on this, more options not needed. Next, data table if you want, right? Grid lines we don't need, error bars we don't need, data labels yes we need. Okay, axis titles also, we'll rename the axis. First, we'll rename this chart as overall growth. Okay, next title axis, this is the year. Next, this is the axis title, that is total sales. Okay, so next we will change the design also. Change that to design, go here, this darker theme. All right, so this looks good. Okay, so this is how we show the overall growth. Okay, second question done. I'll just rename the sheet as 2, drag it here. Okay, next, third question, top selling categories. Top selling categories. Go to raw data, insert, I'll just remove this, insert pivot table. Click on OK. What was the question? Top selling categories. So we'll drag and drop category or subcategory into rows and sales into values. We have how many? 17 subcategories on total, correct? Let's see how many categories do we have. Only 3 categories and 17 subcategories. Okay, we'll show it subcategory wise only. 17 subcategories. Now in this 17 subcategories, if we just want to show only top 5, okay, show only top 5 categories based on the sales value. First thing that we need to do is sort this sales numbers in descending order. Okay, how do we do that? Select any one value from that sales, right click, and you see there is one option, that is sort. Sort largest to smallest. All these values are now sorted in the descending order, that is largest to smallest. Next, how to show only top 5 values from here or top 10 values. Okay, you see there is a drop down here beside row labels. Click on this drop down. You will find value filters. Okay, value filters. The last option is top 10. Here, click on that. Change this top 10 to top 5 or top 7, whatever it might be. Click on OK. You will see only top 7 subcategories based on sales values. Okay, now let us insert one chart for this. Uh, Go to insert. Which chart do we use? We will select a column chart. Okay, this is fine. Select a column chart. Okay, now let us format this again. Format the color. We'll use the dark theme. Okay, add data labels. After that, okay, let us increase the size. All right, so data labels. Next, remove grid lines, legend, trend line. If you want to see trend line also, that is also fine. Data table if you want, not needed. Chart title, access title is also not needed. Let us rename this chart title as, what was this? Top 7 selling subcategories. Okay, top 7 selling subcategories. All right. So third question is also done. I'll just rename this sheet as 3. Okay. Coming back to questions. Third question is also done. Next, top cities with most number of orders. Okay. Go to raw data, insert pivot table, click on OK. Right. What was the question? Top cities with most number of orders. Will be more specific. We are showing top 7 selling subcategories. Okay. Here also top 10 cities, for example, top 10 cities with most number of orders. All right, let's do this. Sheet 9. From here, I'll just select city and drag and drop into rows. After that, row ID into values. I'll change this aggregate from sum to count. Click on OK. Now we got city-wise number of orders, right? Now how to show only top 10 from this? Just sort this number first in largest to smallest. After that, click on this drop down, value filters, top 10. Click on OK. See, now that pivot table is summarized still. and this is only showing the top 10 cities based on the count of orders. Okay, now let us insert one chart, that is, for example, bar chart. Okay, bar chart, and this is how it looks. On the x-axis we have number of orders, on the y-axis we have city name, right? Let us sort this city name in the alphabetical order. Okay, click here, select this, right click, sort. Okay, select any one cell, right click, sort A to Z. Okay, now see, from bottom, starting from A to top, ending with Z. Okay, all right. So let us format this also. Add data labels, uh, grid lines remove, legend remove. Okay, trend line we don't need. Change this chart title. First, let us change the design. Okay, we'll show this. Okay, plus symbol. Anything is left? All right. Let's change this to top 10 cities with most number of orders. Okay, this is our chart title. Clear with this? Okay, now fourth question done. I'll rename this sheet as 4. Now coming back to questions, fourth is also done. Next thing, type of customers in a company. How many different types of customers are there? And for each customer type, how many number of orders? Okay, let us go to raw, insert pivot table. After that, customer. Okay, customer. What was the question? Customers in a company. Types of customers in a company. I'll just drag this. Okay, which columns do we use? Types of customers. Segment. Okay, segment is a column that we need to use. Segment into rows. There are three types of customers: consumer, corporate, and home office. For this particular business, there are three kinds of customers, right? Consumer, corporate, and home office. And for each of these customers, how many orders are there? To show that, I'll just drag and drop row ID into values again. Or let us show the sum of sales for each of these customer. Okay. Now let us insert one more chart, that is, for example, pie chart now. Okay. This looks something like this. I'll change the chart design to darker theme. This one, add data labels. All right. Now, for example, if we want to change the font color of these data labels, by default, it will be white. If you want to change that font color, I'll just select these data labels, click on any one of the data label, right click. From here, you'll be able to change that. Okay. Change data label shapes or change format data labels, format data series. Okay. Or just click on font, right? From here, size, increase that to 10, right? Font color, change that to black. Okay, click on OK. See, now the data labels font color is now changed, right? So this is how we do that. Chart title, we'll just change this: sales based on type of customers. Okay, so this is how it's done. Let us remove the legend. Okay, let us keep the legend. Okay, here also this is in this chart legend is not needed. In this chart also legend is not needed. In this chart also legend is not needed. Okay, so fifth question done. Let us drag and drop here. Third, fourth, fifth. All right, let's go to sixth one. Most valuable customer. What does that exactly mean? Most valuable customer, that is customer name with highest sales. Okay, customer name with highest sales. Who is that particular customer who has done highest number of sales? That was the question. Go to raw data, insert pivot table. Okay, customer name in rows, sales value. in values. Okay. Now I'll just go and click on this drop down, value filters, top 10. Here I'll just write top 1 and click on OK. See, Sean Miller, he's the one with the top, highest number of sales, right? Now, how to show this? Okay, there is only one value. How to show this on chart? Insert, choose any chart that we want. Okay, pivot chart, pivot chart. Okay, let us show this on the column chart itself. Okay, click OK. Column chart is inserted. Access titles we don't need. Let us change the type, sorry, style, data label. Okay, so let us change the title also. Title is most valuable customer. Okay, all right. Next, remove the grid lines, remove the legend. Okay, done. Next thing, and the last thing, I guess, this is the sixth one. Here is it. And the last question, ship mode based on the customers. Ship mode based on the customers. Just insert one more pivot table. Ship mode based on the customers, that is segment. Okay, and we'll show the sales. Right now we have two parameters here. One is ship mode, another one is segment. Which chart will we use? Okay, let's check which chart will be suitable for this. For example, okay, let us see what are all the charts that are available. Pivot chart. Okay, let's take this combo chart. All right, the last option is combo chart. All right, so let us go with the basic one, easy to understand. All right, now series name, chart type, secondary access, consumer, clustered column, corporate, clustered column, home office. We'll show this on the line. Not a problem. Okay. Yes. All right. Just click on OK here. That chart will be inserted. Change the design. Okay. Add data labels. Data labels doesn't look good. Okay. So remove data labels, not an issue. Grid lines remove. Chart title we want. Okay. All right. So for this line chart, we will add data labels. Okay. For only line chart, we will add data labels. How do we do that? How do we do that? Right click on the line chart, add data labels. Okay. Add data labels. See, only for line chart, data labels are added. Now, if you just want to change the color of these data labels again, we'll just right click, select these data labels, click on any one of them, right click, click on font. Okay, from here we'll be able to change the color of the data label. Okay, increase the size to 10. Character spacing normal, that's fine. Small caps, all caps. Underline style not needed. Font style regular, italic, bold and italic. Okay, click on OK. Right, this looks good. Okay, so let us remove this. Okay, let it be like this. Okay, so our chart is also ready. This last chart is also ready. Now, chart title, I'll change this to customer wise. Okay, ship mode, not wise, customer and ship mode wise sales. Okay, all right. So by this, all of our charts are ready. This was the last one. I'll just bring it here. Now, the important thing is we need to format it as a dashboard. Okay, I'll add one more sheet and name this as dashboard. Okay, now let us format this page. Now, let us remove these grid lines. Okay, for that, I'll just select the whole sheet from here, go to view and uncheck this grid lines option. Okay, now the grid lines are removed. Now, let us bring these charts one by one. But before that, let us add the background color for this whole page, select this, select the whole sheet, fill with any light color like this. Okay, any light color we can choose, or let us select this one. Okay, now let us add the title first. Okay, I'll select the range of cells, all of these range, merge and center. Okay, here I'll just rename it as sales report. Okay, or sales analysis report. Okay, let us select this, increase the size, bold, italic, underline. Okay, we have got the title. Now let us bring charts one by one. First, let us bring this map visual, select this chart, copy, go to this dashboard, paste it here. Okay, and resize it based on the size that we want. Okay, let's put it like this. Okay, data labels are not visible, but not an issue. All right, second one, overall growth. Copy this, come here, paste it here. Okay, next let's resize this also. All right, it is good. Next, third one, top 7 selling subcategories. Copy this and let's put it here. Okay, next, resize it like this. Okay, next thing, or let us resize the map visual first. Okay, resize it like this. Overall growth, also increase this size like this. After that, top 7 selling categories or subcategories. Let us put it like this. Okay, this is good. Next, fourth visual, top cities. Copy that, paste it here. Okay, let's reduce the size, paste it, something like this. All right, let's resize this. Okay, next visual, sales based on type of customers. Let us paste here and show it like this. All right, next, fifth one is also done. Sixth one, copy, come here and paste it here somewhere. Okay, this is fine. After that, the last one, copy and paste it here. Okay, this is just about arranging all of those charts, whatever we have created. Okay, let's put it this size. Okay, let's reduce this size more. All right, let's bring it here. Okay, now we have all the visuals, right? Or else we'll do one thing. Let us bring this chart visual here somewhere. Okay, here at the last. Okay, so now the other thing and the important thing that we need to do is add some slicers and create relationship of all of these pivot charts and those slicers. Okay, now how to insert a slicer? I'll just select anywhere, go to insert. You see there is an option that is slicer. Okay, click on that. There are no connections. Okay, let us go here, raw data, or select anywhere. So let's select any chart, go to pivot chart analysis. Here we see insert slicer. Okay, select on that. Once You click on that, all the options will be visible. And we want slicers for example, a region, also for mm, categories, okay, also for segment, okay. Three slicers. Click on OK. Three slicers are now inserted. Let us put it here, okay, like this. We can add n number of slicers like this, okay. All right. So we'll also insert one timeline. Okay, that is for ship date. Click on OK. One timeline is inserted. Okay, where do we put this? We'll resize this like this. Category, region, like this. And we put this timeline below this. Okay, all right. So this is our timeline. Next, we'll also insert one more slicer because we have sufficient space. Insert one more slicer for, okay, product subcategory, category, sales, quarter, year. For example, state. Okay, click on OK. We'll have a list of all those states in United States, right? Now let's resize this a bit more. Okay, now comes the important part, that is creating connections between the slicers. Okay, select any one slicer. There is one tab that is newly created, that is slicer tab. Click on that. You see there is one option that is report connections. Okay, report connections. If you click on this report connections, you will see all those pivot tables that you have inserted, right? And if you observe sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now by default, this slicer is inserted only for this pivot table 7, that is overall growth. Okay, now if we just check all of these boxes here, right now, or else let me show you what happens if you don't create this relationship. Okay, now if you observe, let us go here. Now if you observe, if I just click on south, for example, all these charts should be filtered only based on the south region, correct? But what is happening now? That is not happening. That filtering is not happening, correct? If we just click on central, you will see there are changes only appearing for this first pivot chart, that is overall growth, correct? Observe this. If I just select east region now, all the charts are not changing. You'll see changes in only this overall growth. For example, corporate changes are only happening in this overall growth. Technology changes are only happening with this particular chart. So relation is very important. Connection between these charts is very, very important. Okay. Now let us see how can we create those connections. Okay. Let us resize this like this. All right. So like I said, select any one slicer like this. Go to slicer tab, report connections. Now check all of these charts, all of these tables. Okay, click on OK. Now if you observe, if you click anywhere, if you select anything in this slicer, in this particular slicer only, for example, Texas, if you just click on this, you will observe that changes will happen in all the charts now. Not only this overall growth, if you select anything from this particular slicer, changes will happen in all of those charts, right? Because we have created a connection. I'll just deselect this, remove all those filters. Now select this particular slicer, go to report connections and check this all boxes again. Okay, now click OK. Now this filter, this region slicer also will be able to filter all the pivot charts. Similarly for category slicer also, report connections, pivot table, pivot table, pivot table, all of these pivot tables, click OK. Next segment, slicer, report connections, check all of these pivot tables, click OK. Same with the timeline also. Go to timeline, report connections, check all these pivot tables, click OK. Now see the magic. Okay. How exactly are these charts changes based on the selection? Now there are no filters, no slicers applied here on this charts, right? For example, I'll just okay, let us see this map visual. Here you will be able to see all those numbers from all of those regions, correct? Now if we just select central region, okay, all the charts will be filtered based on that central region only. And if you observe this map, now it shows only central area data labels. Okay. Similarly, if you want to check central regions furniture, okay, category should be furniture and region should be central. Just select this central and select this furniture. Okay, both these values should be selected. Now if you go down or see any of the visual, that numbers will be filtered based on the selection, that is central and furniture, central region furniture values, right? Clear with this? Yes. If you want to remove the slicers again, I mean remove these filters, just click on this clear filter. Okay, this top option. Now all the visuals will be back into their original format, which shows full data, right? So this is how we create dashboard using Excel. Okay. Now, for example, we have, uh, you know, we have the updated data. That means the raw data. In the raw data, we have some rows that are added extra. So for now, we have 9,800 rows. For example, there are 1,000 more rows that needs to be added. That can be added directly here. And once we go to dashboard, click on data and click on this refresh all button. Every visual will be updated with that 1,000 added rows. Okay. And filters will be as usual, same thing. Clear with this, everyone? All right. So that is how we create dashboards in Microsoft Excel. Next topic that we'll see in this series of Excel is macros. We'll see introduction to macros and how to create macros. After that, we'll see one example for VBA. Okay. So that's it. So macros. Macros in Excel, if you have to define a macro in Excel in very simple words, macro is nothing but a recorded set of actions in Excel. Okay. Recorded set of actions in Excel. Like it can be anything. Action can be anything like typing, formatting, calculating, navigating between different pages, or like conditional formatting or inserting a pivot table, right? These are nothing but set of actions, and macro is a recorded set of actions that can be run any time to repeat those actions automatically, right? If you have to give a simple example, suppose we need to format a report every week. Okay, we need to format a report every week, and the set of actions that we want to format is change font size, colors, background colors, adjust column widths, and calculating totals. Also insert pivot table, right? So instead of doing it manually every week, right, you can record those steps as a macro once and run that macro again and again whenever we need every week, right? Instead of doing all those set of actions again and again, we can just record a macro once, and that recorded macro can be used anytime whenever it is required, right? So for example, let's try with an example. For example, I have a small data like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0. Okay. I have a small data like this. Now, first we need to understand is how to run a macro. Okay. How to record a macro. For that, we need developer tab in our ribbon. Okay. Developer tab. By default, this developer tab will be disabled. That means that will not be available in the Excel workbook by default. We need to enable that. Okay. How to enable that? Just go to file, click on more options. You see there is one option that is customize ribbon. Inside this customize ribbon, by default, this developer tab will be unchecked, right? We need to check this, click on OK. Okay, then you will get to see developer tab. And inside this, in the first group, in the code group, we have record a macro. and macros, right? These two options. Okay. Now, for example, I'll just click on record a macro. It will ask for macro name, shortcut key, store macro in, and description. Description is optional. We don't have to give. Shortcut is also optional. We don't have to give. Store macro in, by default, this will be stored in this particular workbook only. That is fine. Okay. Macro name. If we just give, for example, we are considering the formatting header, for example. Okay. Now there are couple of rules how to write a macro name, right? So in normal thing, if you just write it like this and click on OK, it throws a pop-up, right? That is the syntax of this name is not correct. Okay. And these are the three rules how to write a macro name. First rule is it should start with a letter or a underscore, right? Our name also has started with F, that is a letter, that is fine. First checked. Second, doesn't include a space or character, that is not allowed. That means in both of these words, formatting and header, in between them, space is not allowed. Okay, that is our second. That is why we have got this error saying that that syntax is not right. And the third point, doesn't conflict with an existing name in the workbook. That means no two macros will have same macro name. Okay. Now I'll just cancel this, remove the space in between these two words here. Now click on OK. Okay. Now, if you observe, previously it was record a macro. Now it is saying stop recording. So the recording has already started, right? Now I'll just go to A1 cell, select the data, go to home. Let us do some operations like conditional formatting, for example. Highlight cell rules greater than, I'll just give 5, click on OK. That means we are just highlighting all those numbers which are greater than 5, right? Once all the actions are done, I'll also make this bold. Okay, right? Now, once all the operations are done, I'll just go to developer tab again and click on stop recording. Okay, right? Now, whenever we want to apply the same set of actions again on the data, we don't have to go to, select that data, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, click on greater than, give a number. No, right? Because we have already recorded this. For example, I have this sample data. I'll add a new sheet and paste them as values. Okay. I have the raw data again where there is no conditional formatting applied. Now I'll just go to developer tab, click on macros. In this macros option, you will see the list of macros that are recorded already. Okay. Select this macro, click on run. Now see what happened. All those numbers which are greater than 5 are highlighted, right? Without going into home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, greater than, without all of these steps doing again and again, this recorded macro has applied all of those actions in this data for us automatically, right? We'll see one more example. For example, here, I'll go to developer tab. Okay. Record a macro name, macro 6, let it be. No need to change. Click on OK. Now the macro has started recording. Now I'll just go to home tab. I'll highlight this. Okay. Come here, highlight this, come here, highlight this, come here, highlight this, and come here. Okay. These are the actions that I want to perform. Now I'll just go to developer tab and click on stop recording. Okay. Now let me add a new sheet. Now if I just want to repeat those steps again, I'll click on this macro and you will find the macro name that we have recorded, right? I'll select that macro 6, click on run. Now see what happened. Without going to each and every cell and highlighting with yellow color, we have just selected that macro and run it again, right? So this is how macros work. For example, let us take one more example. Now, this time there is one more option, that is use relative references. Now, for example, going back to the sixth sheet, okay, I'll just go to developer tab, click on macro, select this macro, click on run, right? For example, I'll just select this K3 cell, okay, click on this macro 6, click on run. Again, it is going back to the this particular E5 cell. It is highlighting only one cell here. By default, it should highlight this cell and this cell and this cell, this cell and this cell and going and stay here. Correct? Now, what exactly is this doing? Once it has highlighted K3 cell, it is going back to B2, coming to C3, coming to D4, and at last E5, right? So this here, we are not using any references. Okay. Now, for example, I'll just select this cell, any particular cell. I'll click on this macro 6, run macro. Okay. Now, again, the active cell that was highlighted and it is going back to B2, right? After that C3, after that D4, after that E5, right? Now, my requirement is wherever the active cell is highlighted, from there, this macro should run. For example, this N1 should be highlighted. Okay. After that, O2, that should be highlighted. After that, P3 should be highlighted. After that, Q4 should be highlighted. Then at last, R5 should be highlighted and the cursor should stay here. Now, this is my requirement. That is, wherever there is active cell, from there, this sequence of actions should start, right? Now, what exactly is happening? Even if we select any random cell and go to macros, select this macro and click on run, it is going back to B2, C3, right? B2, C3, D4, and E5, correct? Now our requirement is wherever there is active cell, from there the sequence of actions to start, right? For that, we use relative reference option. Okay, use relative reference. We need to click on that. Okay, we need to enable that. Now start recording a macro. Okay, start recording a macro, give a macro name, click on OK, go to Home tab. Now highlight this. After that, B2, after that, C3, D4, E5. Okay, we have done all the highlights. Now I'll just go to Developer tab, click on Stop Recording. Okay, now what should happen is whenever we run that macro, for example, I'll select this I1 cell and run that particular macro 7 that we have recently recorded. If we just run this, from where the active cell is there, from there only the sequence starts. Okay. For example, this I have selected this G9, right? Go to macros, select that macro, click on run. See, from wherever the active cell is present, from there the sequence is starting now. Previously, what happened, right? Wherever there is active cell, even if we run that macro 6, it is going to B2, C3, D4, E5, right? So that is the importance of using relative reference, right? Clear with this? Now, let us see one more example. For example, I have this whole data, okay? In this whole data, right, I want to highlight only unit prices which are greater than 1000, for example. Okay, in this data I want to highlight unit price which are greater than 1000. Okay, for that what I'll just do is I'll just go to Developer tab, click on, I'll disable this, click on record a macro. After that, macro 8, let it be the name. I'll just click on OK, right? I'll just go to the first cell, select the whole column, go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules greater than 1000, right? Click on OK. Clear with this? Now I'll stop recording. Okay, now what happened? We have recorded a macro which has actually recorded the conditional formatting that we have done. Now, whenever I have this data somewhere else, for example, I'll just uh, add a new Excel workbook. Okay, add a new Excel workbook. I'll paste them as values, right? Now there is no highlighting, there is no conditional formatting, whatever it might be. Now I'll just go to Developer tab, use this macros, select this last macro that we have recorded, right? Click on run. Now see what happened. The same column, same unit price column is now highlighted with the values that are greater than 1000, right? Understood this? For example, let us do one more example. Uh, okay, I'll just select the whole data here, copy, add a new Excel workbook. Now let us do something on pivot table. Okay, I'll paste this as values. Okay, now let us go to Developer tab, start recording a macro. Okay, macro 9. right? Click on OK. Now recording has started. I'll just go to the first cell, right? Select the whole table, go to insert a pivot table, click on OK, right? A new pivot table will be created. From this, I'll just drag and drop region column along with that units sold column, for example. Okay. Region into rows and units sold into values. Okay. Now this small pivot table is created. Now I'll just go to developer tab, stop recording, right? So now again, whenever we have this same data, that means rows can be here and there. Okay. Column names should be different. Sorry, column names should be same. Number of rows, it can be different, but the column names should be same, right? I'll just copy this data, add a new Excel sheet again. That means we need to have similar kind of data, similar kind of column names, right? I'll paste them as values. Now go to developer tab, click on this macros. See book for macro 9, click on run. Okay, you see with the same column names that we have dragged into rows and values, a new pivot table is created in book 5. That is a new book that we have added, right? So this is the advantage of using a macro where we'll be able to automate things. Another one important one real-time example. If we have to send some 100 emails every day, okay, 100 emails every day, we need to write the email body for these 100 emails. We need to send them to individual persons with 100 different emails, right? In that kind of situation, we can automate that process using macros. Okay, first we'll write uh, all the email body in here Excel itself, and then using macros, using VBA code, we'll be able to open that Outlook application from where we are sending emails. Open that application and all the email IDs will be listed here in the Excel itself. So the point here is we can do everything from the Excel itself using macros, right? Formatting the whole email body. After that, even sending also. Just by clicking a send button here in Excel using macros, all those 100 emails will be sent at a time, right? To save time and energy. So that is the importance of macros. Okay, clear with this? So that is the end of this Excel crash course. Thank you so much.